Any apologies? Or is that? Okay. For, so we received apologies from councillors Bowden, Feely, Owen and Sweeton. Any other apologies?
Councillor Lane.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I greet you with the warmest Islamic greetings of peace. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to everyone. Ramadan Mubarak. As we meet this evening during the blessed month of Ramadan, I want to take a moment to recognize what this time represents for many in our borough. Ramadan is a month of reflection, connection, and renewal. It encourages us to pause, to look inward, and to strengthen our commitments to compassion, to patience, and serve others. Those who observe of the Lent, I hope you have a meaningful Lent. It is also a month that brings people together across Tameside. Families, neighbours and communities gather to share meals, support one another. Since our last full council, I have enjoyed visiting lots of community events where I had opportunity to meet some of the volunteers who do such a great work for Tameside. Some of these groups have been volunteering for a remarkable over 40 to 50 years. I attended Tameside Local Studies volunteer celebration at Tameside Local Studies. Congratulations to the staff on their successful accreditation renewal by the Tameside National Archives. This is a fantastic achievement. You should all be proud. I have welcomed numerous schools children from both primary schools and secondary schools into the mess parlour and presented them with certificates for their fantastic achievements. Mosley Hollins school students also visited the parlour and brought their Berlin exchange students along with them. Those students are always interested to hear about the roles of the mayor. I was invited to some of our local primary schools for their Arts Awards presentation to present certificates. I held a mini-mayor making ceremony at the Holy Trinity Primary School. The children welcomed me into their very own school parlour they had created, which was wonderful. I attended several Halley concerts at the Bridgewater Hall, a special one done to the choir from St. Anne's Primary School for their amazing performance. I was delighted to visit the Hyde Junior Park Run and start off their race. I was privileged to present Harry with a wristband for completing over 250 park runs, the first ever young person to achieve in Tameside. Ashton Sixth Form College welcomed me for their Culture Day. The Students' Council committee and staff all did a fantastic job organizing the event. The students wear a variety of cultural outfits and we listened to different types of songs from different countries. I was honored to attend the Holocaust Memorial Day service in Manchester, which brings together communities from the city region to commemorate the Holocaust globally. I attended Thomas Ashton School to unveil a plaque. Mary, a resident from Tameside, came into the parlour to celebrate her very special 101st birthday. I must say, she had more energy than me, as she could just walk up the stairs just like any youngsters. As part of the fundraising for my mayoral charities, I have arranged a mayor's charity walk This was a 5-mile walk back and forth from Hyde Town Hall to Dukinfield Town Hall. Thank you so much to everyone who took part. We raised £500. More key highlights were attending National Day of India at the Dukinfield Town Hall. Thank you to the General Council of India of Manchester office for arranging this special event here in Tameside. Last month, I attended the Chinese New Year of the Horse, a parade in Manchester, and joined some of their celebration organized by the President of the Federation of Chinese Association. This significant event celebrates the Chinese New Year, a tradition cherished by nearly 1/5 of the world's population. Happy New Year to everyone who's celebrating. Recently, I attended Marchers Day and the Mother Language Day with the Assistant High Commissioner of Bangladesh, Manchester office in Droylsden. The day is one of the most defining moments in the national's history, marking a struggle that shaped identity, culture, and the global recognition of linguistic rights, and to remember those who sacrificed their life for their language. I was honored to be invited as a guest to several interfaith events. It was a moment to reflect and listen to everyone's stories, and learn about the different faiths. I had the pleasure of attending Tameside's first ever interfaith iftar held at Dukinfield Town Hall. Finally, well done to all the volunteers at Staley Bridge Station and Hyde Central Station for recently winning at a Cheshire Best Kept Station Award evening. It was a truly humbling to be invited along to recognize all the volunteers for the hard work they do in our community and care for the station. Thank you.
Please stand.
Please be seated. Now move on to the council agenda. I'm not going to read out the long statement that I have done at the last two council meetings. I think it was well behaved, and hopefully that will continue. I just want to say that as council is taking place during Ramadan and given the timing of the council meeting, some of those present may need to leave the room at some point to break peace. Please feel free to leave the evening in order to do so, the meeting I should say. Thank you. Now go on to the minutes. Can I ask Councillor Wills to move those minutes of the council held on 2nd of December? Is seconded?
Yeah, second those, Chair.
Everybody happy for me to sign those minutes? Thank you. Then go on to agenda item 3, declarations of interest. At its meeting on the 4th of December 2025, the Standards Committee granted all members a dispensation to take part in the consideration of the budget and council tax. You don't need to fill those forms in like you normally do. Are there any other declarations of interest? No? Thank you. Agenda item 4, which is executive member updates. As a reminder, we have agreed that the executive member will have 3 minutes to present their report, and then there'll be up to 7 minutes for questions. Before that, I'm going to ask the executive leader to give a general update as leader of the council.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I just say good evening to everybody, and I'm delighted to be providing an update to full council today on some of the major developments and the progress being made in delivering on our growth ambitions for Tameside. Before I overview some of our fantastic achievements, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Emlyn Wright, our new Assistant Director for Education and Inclusion. Emmeline's appointment marks a significant moment for Children's Services. Now, for the first time in a very long time, we have a full, stable leadership team in the service who are driving improvements and will continue to deliver change at pace. This will continue to build on the solid foundations we now have in place and deliver better opportunities and outcomes for our children and their families. I'd also like to take this opportunity to reflect and to say thank you to one of our longest serving senior officers who will retire later this month, Stephanie Butterworth, Steph, known to most of us, our Strategic Director of Adult Services. She's dedicated 43 years of public service and has been an advocate for social care excellence, leading innovative, person-centred approaches and working across Tameside, regional and national networks. Steph has led our service with passion and dedication, and I'm sure you will all share the thoughts that she'll be sorely missed. But we do all wish her the best for the next chapter in her life and pass on the entire Cabinet's and Council's thanks for everything that she has done for the people of Tameside. Thanks, Steph. I also wanted to acknowledge another long-serving councillor who this is their last meeting, Councillor Warren Bray. This is his last full council meeting before he takes somewhat retirement. Warren's been a councillor for over 22 years and we both shared cabinet positions at one time, and definitely you inspired me with some of your light-hearted wit, Warren. So again, I'm sure that I share the sentiments of everybody, certainly from within my group, when I say I wish you all the best and a restful future beyond being a councillor on Tameside Council. Thank you, Warren. So I move on now to highlight some of the key achievements in delivering our ambitious growth agenda. As you will hear later in our budget, Tameside Council is committed to and delivering on major capital programmes. Under my leadership, Tameside is increasingly playing our role as part of a strong city region in a proudly pro-growth borough, embracing the social, economic and environmental benefits that arise from targeted investment and development. We are currently delivering major growth and investment programmes that will secure transformational town centre regeneration and significant economic and housing growth. After years of stalling and failed attempts under previous administrations, I am clear that our continued success relies on building a strong reputation for delivery, and that we are seen as a can-do council that attracts private sector confidence and investment. We need to maintain and develop connections with important players in the market through communications, promotion and networking. And I will be leading this activity along with other Greater Manchester colleagues at MIPIM next week. Our presence at this major international property and investment event will be seeking to secure further commitment and investment in developing Tameside's future. The Ashton and Stalybridge Mayoral Development Corporation has received in-principle approval from the GMCA. This will be a national exemplar for transport-led regeneration. This will include major town centre regeneration to deliver new homes and a better leisure and food and drink offer, with support from the GM Growth Fund for strategic site acquisitions. Ashton Market Square is progressing well, with new kiosks in place and the outdoor roof for the market canopy being installed. I'm excited for the varied offer of traders and events that will soon be delivering in the town centre. And as I'm sure we all now know, I'm absolutely committed to the restoration of Ashton Town Hall, a vital civic asset for our borough, with Executive Cabinet approval of £91,000, which has been secured for feasibility and design work. We can look forward to civic spaces, community rooms, commercial units and open plan offices, as well as a return of our much-loved Manchester Museum Regiment. Following further feasibility work, construction is expected to begin in 2028, aiming for completion by 2030, delivering the regeneration of this fabulous building in keeping with its fantastic heritage. The Hyde Master Plan is delivering regeneration of the town centre, including improvements to the market ground, making it a more attractive and flexible space for markets and events. And in Droylsden, the vacant former library and lockkeepers site are being redeveloped into 160 social and affordable homes and green spaces, community spaces. And land no longer needed is being unlocked and used across Tameside to build up to 485 new homes through my commitment to support more social housing across the authority. Our cultural offer is expanding and attracting accolades. Mosley's Farmers Market is award-winning in its first season, and the free parking offer my administration has put in place is opening up access to attractions, the use of our town centres, and supporting more inclusive growth across the borough. Exciting developments continue in Staley Bridge. Public realm improvements will make the town centre more attractive, accessible and welcoming. Responsive to feedback from our residents, investment in Armentier Square will revitalise the heart of the town with improved space for play, art and events, with added heritage-style lighting and planting. I've already received lots of compliments with regards to heritage lighting, and delivery of improvements to Market Street and making this area safer and more pedestrian-friendly. This work and other town centre developments build on improvements already made on the refurbishment of the Victoria Market Hall and its evolving events programme that has been successfully running over the last year, bringing everything from comedy nights to candlelit concerts and beaches to the towns. Contractors have now been appointed to refurbish the Astley Cheetham Art Gallery and Library, improving the building's accessibility. Work will continue through 2026, including design plans to improve the Staley Bridge War Memorial, ensuring it remains a proud tribute to the town's heritage. The Denton Master Plan and Public Realm Strategy has been approved, which will refurbish and repurpose Denton Town Hall and Denton Festival Hall, backed by a £16.8 million government funding grant. This one-generation transformation will deliver a series of projects which will help regenerate Denton. The proposals have been shaped by community engagement, listening to our residents, and we are progressing with greener streets, enhanced walking and cycling routes, including upgrading wayfinding to make Denton Town Centre more accessible. The strategy will create more welcoming spaces for residents and visitors in improved public spaces. The first phase of improvements are underway, with further commitment to deliver the phased work through to 2028. In Hattersley, the second phase of the district centre improvements are progressing, working in partnership. The new multi-use games area planning application has been submitted. Investment and development will continue in Hattersley, creating homes, jobs and improved community facilities for our residents. Amazingly, Hattersley has also been awarded Pride in Place funding with an allocation of up to £20 million over the next 10 years, providing investment and development opportunities in the town. The Pride in Place Board will be established later this year, developing a regeneration plan with the community. The Ashton Pride in Place programme is now progressing at pace, with the regeneration plan submitted to government. The £20 million will be invested over the 10 years and it will be led by the Ashton Town Board, working in partnership to deliver further improvements and opportunities for Ashton. Under the Pride in Place Impact Fund programme, we'll be allocating a further £1.5 million over the next year to deliver immediate improvements to places and spaces across our borough that matter to our communities. Our investment decisions will be rooted in the community insights we gathered through Cabinet in the community engagement and will deliver a series of hyper-local schemes by March 2027. Through the Tameside Festival of Enterprise, we are supporting Tameside businesses to grow and develop. A range of events and initiatives have been held and will continue to be led by the Council to support local businesses, innovate, embrace new technologies and take steps towards a greener future. I'm also really pleased to see the Tameside 500 initiative, TT 500 as its acronym is, starting to make real progress. Working with Tameside College, we're developing apprenticeship placements across the borough to create real opportunities for our young people. Recruitment for the first group of 50 apprentices within the council will begin in March, with young people starting in roles across the council in September. As we work to create a new national blueprint for transport-led regeneration, I'm pleased that we're continuing to work closely with TFGM on ways to improve public transport options across Tameside to boost development and economic growth. With the introduction of rail into the B network by December 2026, Tameside being the first borough in Greater Manchester to have it, we will be the best connected local authority outside of London. Our aim is to strengthen connections between our towns, support access to jobs, leisure and cultural activities and make travel easier for residents, both during the day and the evening. I'm pleased with recent positive progress and conversations with TFGM, myself and Councillor Homer. We're going to look forward to announcing in a few weeks' time further improvements that will create increased bus frequency and connections between our towns that will benefit communities across our borough. As a council, we will continue to deliver our growth aspirations, instill confidence in investors and partners, and continue to ensure we have a track record of delivery and growth for Tameside towns and residents. As a wider commitment to bring decision-making closer to our communities and responsive to the needs of our residents, we continue to work on an evolved approach to neighbourhood forums, with a paper to be considered by Executive Cabinet later this month. Learning from the success of Cabinet in the community and engaging differently with our residents across our 9 towns, across our experts with the chair positions, development of a new approach continues. As part of that development, I commit to the new forums having a devolved budget to support local investment in the things that matter in our communities. My ongoing commitment is to maintain and further the progress made to date. We will follow through on delivery on the many plans and ambitions for the development of our borough, providing opportunities, investment and growth now and in the future across Tameside. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. As that is the leader's update to the council, I will not be taking any questions to the leader on that item. I'm now going to call on the executive members in order of their reports. They'll have up to 3 minutes to speak. Can I call Councillor Dickinson? I can't hear you. Yes, you may.
There you go. Right. I just want to have the Conservative group's best wishes for Steph in her retirement. I also want to say on a personal level that I've been here a long time and so has Steph, and never once in all those years when I've needed her has she let me down. I think she's a first-class officer and I wish her all the best.
Thank you, Councillor Dickinson. So I'm now going to move on.
Councillor Cooney.
Very briefly, Councillor Cooney. Yeah.
Just, as Doreen said, and every day, even as late as last Friday, I think it was, Steph, wasn't it? You got back to me, daily. And you know, when you deal with Steph, you deal with people who've got issues, problems, and everything else, and it's a hard job. Because you know, we don't phone Steph and say, oh, you know, everything's going great, Steph, don't worry. You know, and it's not. We phone her when, but as Doreen said and others would say, she's come back with a solution. Yeah. She's always come back with a solution. Absolutely. And for that, on behalf of the people in Tameside, for those who've had problems and dealt with her, it's a shame those who haven't got problems and never dealt with her will never know the good work she does. But we do, and I personally, Steph, as a friend, the work that you do, I've always appreciated what you've done. And home visits have done here as well. You've never not had a problem. I'll never forget that though day I saw you in Asda. But really do appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McCarran, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, clearly I endorse all the comments that have been made about Steph. Anyway, housing strategy is ongoing and it's going to incorporate all the findings from our homelessness strategy, which is going to inform it and hopefully produce a really, really comprehensive document that people will be able to consult on very, very soon. We're hoping as well that this housing strategy is going to better inform us moving forward as to where we need executive homes, where we need social rent homes and all the rest of it. I'd just like to briefly talk about the Article 4 direction. The reason why I'm doing this is since it's popular and borough-wide introduction on the 4th of October, we're now joining up the Building Control Department, Planning Department, Licensing Department and Housing officers. And the reason why we're doing that is I'm not against shared housing, I'm not against HMOs, but I am for decent homes. And what this is going to do is, as soon as an application comes in, it's going to go to the housing officer and they're going to find out who's applying, who's going to live there and whether it's appropriate for the neighbourhood. So I wanted to update people and also the rent levels. What we want to have is people paying decent social rent in HMOs and shared housing. We will now be able to filter out the bad landlords and ensure that any HMO, if approved, will not be overcrowded, will be fit for purpose, fit for habitation and a warm, safe, dry home. I want to briefly mention the empty homes policy. Already we've repurposed 30 empty properties which have been brought back into use. So this approximately is going to house 130 of our Tameside residents, which is in, again, decent, affordable accommodation. And this has been achieved by our growing success with applying for grants through GMCA and through central government. So that good work and that hard work will carry on for throughout the borough. And one thing I was taken to in Denton was really, really impressive. What we're looking to to do now is to repurpose small commercial premises, and one in particular is above a community centre in Denton, which is going to be a 4-bedroomed house for a Tameside resident to live in. And that's important is because we've got an absolute absence of larger 4- and 5-bedroomed houses throughout the borough. The final point I wanted to work on is the housing growth, which the leader mentioned, and the new supply.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we're currently working with our RPs on these 13 sites to produce social rent housing, which will amount to between 450 homes for our most needy. So, and we're also investing £100 million in our capital programme to grow and regenerate our town centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. I have got no written questions, so I'm now going to open it up to questions on the report. So your questions must be around housing, homelessness, housing growth, new supplies. Councillor Billington.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say, Councillor Wells said before that it's going to be Councillor Bray's last meeting. I think she's been very optimistic there, because I think at the AGM it's going to be like an in memoriam section at the Oscars. But on to the questions. Just want to ask Councillor McLaren, how many HMOs have been blocked through this new Article 4 policy? And also as well, does the £100 million capital programme include a planned £175 million of loans that this council is planning to take out should it pass the budget tonight? Thank you.
On how many HMOs have been blocked, I would rephrase it in a different way. I've not got the exact figures as to how the success rate or not of a planning application is for an HMO or shared housing. I've not got that figure to hand. I can certainly find it out for you. But I think it approaches it, in my mind, in the wrong way with respect. Because as I said at the start, I came into politics to find people homes, decent homes to live in. And I think what's important to remember here, to emphasise the point here, is I'm not against HMOs or shared housing, and I know this leadership isn't, and I think it has to be appropriate. And I think what's most important of all is we take an adult approach to shared housing and HMOs, because there are some times when they're overcrowded, they're not fit for purpose, and all the policies we're bringing in is to try to continually solve this balance and this kind of tension between neighbourhoods having a perception of what an HMO is and it always being bad. Because I can remember when I was 35, I had an event in my life where I had to live in a shared house, and I lived in a shared house for, 12 to 18 months. Now that would be called an HMO, and I think that it's important that we don't stigmatise HMOs, and this approach is robust, but I think is fair. But I'll certainly gladly get you an answer to how many HMOs have been rejected. I know the figure in my ward, but that's not helpful for the purposes of this. Again, I can't speak to the point about the budget, I'm afraid, in terms of what you've asked, but I will go away and find out for you those figures.
Councillor Peter Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Could you assure the members that the houses that we're building are going to be disabled friendly from the start? And if possible, can you influence the developers that we employ in Tameside that they will build houses for life for everybody? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Robinson. I mean, there's a living, breathing example of us doing that already. If you look at Hattersley and you look at Birchley development, which is supported accommodation, we're doing that through our registered providers already. And part of the negotiations that we're currently involved with the registered providers is exactly that. They will be working to ratios where most homes will be, certainly people will be able to use them who are ambulant, but also we're going to be looking at mixed tenure and mixed use on all estates where we will be providing that. And I can speak from a professional capacity as a surveyor, and all the disabled disability acts that are in place now and the building regulations, they will fully be enforced, but we're going to better them. We're not going to use that as a minimum standard. We're going to use that, as a maximum standard. We're going to go beyond that. And that's what feeds into the housing strategy. What's really important about the housing strategy is we understand the proportions and the numbers of our residents and where they're going to be best suited to live, and then the accommodation can then be built around them.
Councillor Jed Cooney.
I'm pleased, Andrew, about the building houses, but I would just refer recently to the Mayor, Mayor Burnham, speaking in London, where the other mayors around the country and major political figures were speaking, and he changed his whole emphasis. If you're going to tackle homelessness, then we need social housing. The reason why we've got it now and we didn't have it in the 70s and the 80s is because I was on a housing estate, we were building 5,000 social houses. Do you know what I mean? I can remember when Horton Green and all that in the 60s was built, and Hattersley and what have you. Until we change our method from actually not promoting, as the Mayor is now dropped, affordable housing, we need social housing, so the people who live in an area where the families are can actually then still stay in them areas, because they can't at the moment, and we're dislodging them. So our pledge must always be, as Mayor Burnham now has changed, is that we need social housing, not affordable, and that then brings me to the issue you've got at Godley Green. We welcome the houses, but they're not social housing. And if you want to tackle homelessness in this borough, across the northwest and across the whole of the country, it's social housing, not affordable housing. And as you said, and I accept what you're trying to say, is that the private sector rents need to come down to social levels. Well, that won't happen. All that will do, and you know yourself, Andrew, will create more homelessness. So until we have a commitment to build social housing, and I think with that we form DLOs and we start employing the young kids who are on NEETs to build them houses, actually, and you'll actually get a better product there. So you'll create jobs for young kids in a trade and the skills that they need, and we'll build the houses that are needed in the borough. So I support Mayor Burnham's one, which is slightly different than ours. As he said, and you can go and watch him, we need social housing, no more anything else affordable, nice executive housing. If we're tackling homelessness, there ain't no homeless kid going to buy a house. There will be housing and social housing. If we haven't got social housing, that's not going to happen, and it carries on. So I hope, and I'm not blaming you, I'm not blaming anyone, that we move towards, actually, our commitment is to social housing.
Thank you, Councillor Cooney. I'm not going to ask Councillor Karen to respond because you've now taken up the time of 10 minutes in total. You will get... I have got it. You have 10 minutes in total, 3 minutes at the beginning and 7. If your leader had spoke a little bit quicker and didn't take as much time up, you would have had time. I am now moving on to the next executive member, Councillor Taylor.
Social care. That's what people recover from serious illnesses. It can be a physical disablement. In one of the cases, which I'm going to tell you about later, is a young man called Dean who suffered a serious illness, and the reablement team moved in to help him to recover. It's a team that when you meet them, all they want to do is to get out into the community to help people to get better and keep them at home. So Dean, who has kindly allowed me to use his name tonight, and his family have allowed us to use his name tonight. Dean had the serious injury, took most of his body away from him. The NHS did their job. Dean comes home and the reablement team move in to assist him. At that time, half of his body he can't use. Reablement team are in. Other people are in there. We're putting adaptations into the house. We're giving him advice on what to do and how to change his life in a very quick time. He can now access the stairs. He can do his own medication. Can do lots of things that a few months before he could not do because of the reablement team and our NHS. So I just want to say to Dean a big thank you for the way that he leads his life and wants to get better, and a big thank you to his family who are assisting him to get better. Fantastic support from the family. And we also work with the family as well when we're in there. We actually managed to introduce them to our carers centre, and they're now using that centre. But I'll just finish off by saying again to Dean, a huge thank you for allowing me to tell what our staff do to assist people to make them better. And I will be visiting him again later on this year to see how he's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no written questions, but I just want to say, as I said at the beginning, each member has up to 3 minutes. They have then 7 minutes to answer questions, so we can only take a limited number. That are not my rules, they're your rules that you voted in at the AGM. So I'm taking questions on the Tameside reablement surface. Councillor Billington.
Not in response, so don't use up the 7 minutes. I just want to make a point, Chair, that when Councillor Holland was speaking before, the webcast was, the audio feed was cut. Now, I don't know who's cutting the audio feed, if it's done on purpose. Been told before, it's someone behind the green curtain,
It's certainly not me.
So I just think meetings need to be a true reflection of what's happening tonight.
Have you got
it's
a
wrong
question?
To silence members. Thank you.
That isn't a question, a comment, and we have no other speakers, so I'm now moving on to the next one, which is Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that the third Ofsted monitoring visit, which took place in December, states that Tameside Council are in an improved position. The Council fully accepts their findings, which, as well as highlighting progress, they also identified ongoing areas for improvement, which they can see in the Children's Services Improvement Plan. A reduction in agency social workers has contributed to growing stability, and the letter recognises important developments in social work practice, and the report commended leaders that social work practice is becoming more child-centred. Supporting children to live in a permanent care arrangement remains a core priority. Ofsted could see this and highlighted the impact of the newly established weekly senior oversight for cared for children. Inspectors acknowledged this represents progress since their previous visit. The monitoring letter highlights other areas of progress which can be found in the published report, including increased consideration of kinship arrangements. The findings are welcomed as they display that this council is starting to make a difference to children and families. Not only does the Children's Directorate have to improve service, but also implement the biggest reforms since the 1989 Children's Act. We are in the foundation stage of the Families First Partnership Programme, and strong momentum is already in place. We have 3 targeted early help and social work teams co-located within the Tameside neighbourhoods and family hubs, creating a joined-up model of family help. This is just the beginning of co-location of services at a community level. Our family hubs offer fantastic support to parents and children, with a 500% increase in attendance in only 2 years. They're not only a place to nurture little ones, but also a place to support parents. This can be through healthcare, financial and employment advice. They are free for all. It doesn't matter if you are receiving financial support or work full-time. Parents can now get support on childcare, education and family services. Sonia from Hyde, that when she had a positive experience with the Family Information Service, she was confused with all the different types of childcare funding. but they were really helpful and explained everything perfectly. This is a real step forward in helping more families across Tameside feel confident, informed and well supported. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have questions. There's no written ones, so I'm taking questions off the floor. Councillor Billington.
Thank you. So, listening to that, you'd think that the report was entirely perfect, when it isn't. The latest monitoring visit, whilst complimentary around stabilising the workforce, it highlights a number of serious issues that have repeatedly been a problem for a number of years. Despite praising stableness in the workforce, timescales or the timeliness of reporting remains far too slow. Quality of assessments and plans being described as weak, lacking detail or too broad. Again, brought up in various reports. The Council has boasted of improvements to reporting through using AI tools such as Magic Notes, yet serious problems remain addressing the quality and timeliness. Children at risk of harm, sexual and criminal exploitation are not considered robustly enough. That's the exact wording in the report. The 2016 Ofsted report, when Tameside Council first went into inadequate, also highlighted this as an issue. So 9 years on from being rated inadequate, we still have these problems. Previous administrations have brought Ofsted reports as an item for debate in this chamber. Now we're limited to a 3-minute report from the executive member with 7 minutes of questions and answers from the Cabinet. The Commissioner has previously slammed the quality of scrutiny at this council. How does 10 minutes allow for every other meeting for us as councillors to thoroughly scrutinise children's services? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billington.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Billington. I don't remember at any point saying that we were perfect. We're not, because we're in part of an improvement journey. And I think we've all said all along, and I know you've heard me say it in this chamber, there isn't a quick fix. It took a long time to get to inadequate. It didn't happen overnight, and we're not going to get to good overnight. But I don't think there's anything wrong in celebrating the good work that has been done. And that's a testament to the leadership, both from the council and from our officers, and from our members of staff, many of who live in Tameside. It's going to take time, of course it is. But surely, what you should be saying is well done on those improvements that have been made. They're substantive. We can all stand here and criticise and pull holes in everything, but maybe stop and think the green shoots are there. They're not my words, those are the words from our Commissioner. Ofsted have come in and said, yes, there is still work to do. We know that. What's important to us is we've brought that to Ofsted and we've said we know where our areas of weakness are and they have agreed with us. We have a plan. It's there for all to see. If you want to copy it, I'll happily send it to you. We're now starting to move forward at pace. And at each monitoring visit, I can assure you, you will see improvements. And at our next Commissioner's report, you will also see improvements. So maybe next time, think and go, actually, there's an awful lot of hard work on in here. We're not claiming we're perfect. We never have. But what we are saying is we're making great strides. And more importantly, we're keeping what's important at the centre for us, which is our children and families. Thank you.
Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say I'm on the Children's Scrutiny Panel, and I've visited a couple of the hubs, which are absolutely fantastic. I've spoken to the parents, which again are saying how good the hubs are, especially the new SEND hubs that have been created in Greenfield School. And also speaking to the children and the young people and the children, and they themselves are telling me how much improved children's services are now. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't need to reply, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Affleck.
Does anybody else wish to speak? No. Councillor Billington, you've indicated to speak again.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the point. I never said that you said that...
It needs to be a question, not a statement that you need to make.
That's
so
fine.
Please ask your question. You've made your statement already.
So I never said that you said it was perfect, but what I do feel is that you are burying your head in the sand by not acknowledging the issues that are in front of us. And it is our job as councillors to scrutinise that. Now, my original question from that was, how is 10 minutes every other month at full council enough to scrutinise children's services in this chamber? Like I said, we used to have Ofsted reports brought as an individual item for council. That doesn't happen now. So people are limited in the questions that they can ask and what responses they receive from this cabinet. And it's our job as opposition to hold this council to account. You might not like that, but that's our job. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I say this is a monitoring visit? It is not an Ofsted report, it's an update. If it was an Ofsted report, it would come to this council. Councillor Smith to respond.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Billington. I didn't decide on the 10 minutes. That wasn't me. It was agreed at full council. It was all voted through. If you ever want a conversation with me about anything to do with children's services, all you have to do is pick up a phone and I will happily meet you. I'm more than happy to debate anything to do with children's services, either in this chamber or outside of it. We can always be negative. Every Ofsted report, even an outstanding one, gives points for improvement. Every single one. We are on an improvement journey, so we expect to be told, yes, you're doing well with this, but you need a little bit more of this. This needs to be your next focus. That is what is part of our improvement plan, to make sure that we stay on track and deliver. But if ever you want a conversation out of this chamber, just get in touch and I'm more than happy to discuss anything with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. That's the end of that item. I'm now moving on to agenda item 5, the Council's big conversation. I have received one question under this item from Benjamin Gort. 1. Given the long-standing impact of Tameside Council's historical neglect and misjudgments on vulnerable families, including avoidable hardship, instability and multi-generational disadvantage, what specific budget allocations, safeguards and accountability measures are being put in place this year to repair that harm, prevent reoccurrence and ensure that affected families receive meaningful, sustained support rather than short-term fixes? 2. And how will affected families be able to access this funding in practice? What routes, criteria and support structures will be established to ensure that compensation is not theoretical but generally reachable for those in harm, that those have been harmed? Councillor Smith to respond.
Chair, do you want me to both answers at the same time? To both questions? Yeah, thank you. So, over the past year, significant improvements have been made across children's services, which are transparently reported through the Children's Scrutiny Committee, Ofsted monitoring visit reports and the published reports of the Commissioner. We remain committed to building good services for families and have allocated a budget of £106 million to children's services in Tameside. The detailed Children's Services Improvement Plan focuses on all relevant areas of statutory and non-statutory practice, including multi-agency safeguarding work, which all partners are obligated to undertake effectively as detailed in Working Together 2023. Sustainable improvements take time to sustain and build, but Ofsted reports that they have improved management oversight, stronger professional standards and a more stable and effective workforce who have clear guidance and support. Alongside these improvements, families will continue to have clear and supportive routes for raising issues of dissatisfaction as they do now. Concerns can be raised through frontline teams, through our formal complaints procedures, or via independent advocacy where required. We have published a report that describes how we are speeding up complaint resolutions to ensure parents, carers and young people feel heard, supported and confident that any concerns will be responded to promptly and transparently. We publish a detailed report that documents the amount and types of statutory and non-statutory complaints and have a learning loop to ensure that we embed the recommendations for complaints. Part 2, we comply fully with all local government ombudsman outcomes and recommendations and have invested in and are enlarging our customer service team, as well as improved digital technology to make it easier to voice concern about a service. Ultimately, our priority is to create an environment in which children are safe and families feel supported. By embedding improved practice, offering accessible routes for concerns to be raised and ensuring redress is offered, we aim to provide assurance that the system is both accountable and compassionate. Please don't hesitate to ask for any further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Now moving on to agenda item 6, which is the Executive Cabinet minutes. Could I ask that they be moved, please? 3 sets of minutes. Are those moved? Seconded. Can I just say that there's a number of items in the Cabinet minutes which make recommendations to the Council. These are the subject of separate items on the agenda, and any discussion about on those items should be under the separate items, namely item 7, the 26-27 Council budget, item 8, Council tax support scheme, item 9, revenues and benefits, item 10, housing benefit scheme, item 11, local development scheme, item 12, the revised NJC pay structure. Is there any other comments that people would wish to make? Councillor Corbett.
Thank you, Chair. Exec Cabinet minutes, January 26, items 93 and 94. This is one of the biggest decisions this Council has taken, and it was debated without the press or public in the room. We're being asked to enter into a limited liability partnership with Made Partnership, transfer public land into it, deal with land options and covenants and commit £600,000, all before viability and deliverability are properly confirmed. The key point is this land was Greenbelt. The Council voted to remove that protection. Greenbelt is there to stop sprawl and protect open countryside. Once it's gone, it's gone. And if this partnership fails, if the market turns or the figures don't add up, or we find ourselves with a new administration and a new council leader after the May elections, we will have given up Greenbelt for nothing. No homes, no infrastructure, no garden village, just lost protection. These houses are in the wrong place, they always have been, and residents have said that for years. It was the wrong site 10 years ago and it's the wrong site now. This isn't careful management of public land, it's a gamble, and the consequences can't be reversed. If this fails, the Greenbelt doesn't come back, and that's why we can't support it. This application is coming back to the committee in March, and let's be honest, it's being reheard because the council didn't get the results it wanted in January. Members opposite may not agree or like that view, but many residents will see it that way, and perception matters. I've also been led to believe that Labour members of the Planning Committee were called in to see the leader and the deputy leader, Councillor Wills and McLaren, following the previous vote at the Speakers panel. In the interest of transparency, can those involved clarify what was discussed in these meetings, if these discussions did occur and what was their nature? If the meetings did not take place, can the Council clarify the origin of this rumour? Public trust in this process is already fragile. The exclusion of the press, the loss of greenbelt land and the rehearing of the application have all contributed to residents' concerns. If there's nothing to hide, there should be no problem with full transparency. Thank you.
Councillor Carn.
Can I just check with you? We'd like to put, the independent group would like to put a budget amendment in. Is this the right item? Next one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising to speak on the minutes for the, I think, 17th of December, item, I think, 79. It's regarding the regeneration Stady Bridge. So, obviously, very much welcome the report, which was subject to these minutes. But I just wanted to highlight that it's the regeneration Stady Bridge, particularly the public realm works to which this refers to, and the improvements and design work on the War Memorial are a culmination of 10 years hard work from members, and I would say I'm from both parties in Stady Bridge. I think it's very important that we also acknowledge in this that we've worked hard, certainly when I was chair of the steering group, to involve local people, and that's been absolutely crucial in determining the projects that go forward. In particular, we'd like to, at this point, I think, pay tribute to the late Peter Rawson, who made a fantastic contribution to the Stady Bridge regeneration. He's sadly missed, but his contribution was enormous. I'd like to say also that the involvement of ward members in the development of their own town's regeneration programmes are really crucially important, and it determines how and the scope of what we can do and how fast we can move. And particularly, just to finish, I'm particularly glad to see the regeneration of the library and art gallery, which has been, the art gallery particularly, not used as well as it could have been, but will be with an accessible lift access and fantastic designs which have come forward as part of the process of regeneration. And it was subject to a consultation last month, which was very well received, and I'd just like to finish by congratulating and thanking the officers for their very hard work in getting us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Billington.
I just want to echo the comments that my colleague Councillor Corburn made in reference to the Council's partnership with MAID. Now, I am fully aware that there were hostile words said to backbench Labour councillors from Councillor McLaren and Councillor Wills. They were called in for a meeting. And may I remind councillors that it is actually illegal to place pressure on members of the planning committee in forcing them in a way to vote. It's criminal. And the monitoring officer will be fully aware of that in her previous role as in legal at Cheshire East. And given that Councillor Wills and McLaren are cabinet members, should they have declared this firsthand when voting for this item at cabinet? In the interest of openness and transparency, I feel that they should release those conversations that they had with those backbench Labour councillors. And I also think, as a repercussion of this, that they should not be allowed to make any further decisions relating to Godley Green as part of this either. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Barry Holland.
No, it is not.
Is Councillor Holman not going to take a report tonight? Has it been passed it by?
No.
He's not doing a report.
No.
I had some specific questions.
I'm sorry, Councillor Holland, but
What
no,
we're
he's
running
not.
here, some kind of autocracy. Is that
No,
what you're running?
you know the rules, Councillor
You're in some
Holland.
kind of autocracy.
You were part of the group that set the rules, if you remember.
No, I wasn't. You set the rules.
Okay,
You and the wooden tops.
Right, I'll now move on to Councillor Hopwood.
Thanks, Chair. Just regarding what Councillor Billington just said then, and putting undue pressure on members of the planning committee. I was there on that day when that vote was taken, and I witnessed pressure being put on those people personally, and so did everybody else that was in that gallery at that time who spoke out about it. I thought it was very unfair the way that the people that were voting on that were treated. The councillors were treated like children, in my opinion. Not only that, when Councillor Dickinson made a point about the legality of the paperwork, the response that she received was, well, there's ways round that. Surely we can't be talking like that in council meetings. I was absolutely disgusted and I raised it as a point. I actually weren't sure I'd heard it, but those were the words I'd heard. And I think we need to clean the act up on things like that. As regards Godley Green, the feeling is people don't want it. There was enough saying there that we don't want it, and I think we need to listen to those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments before I ask all the responses? And I ask the leader and her executive to respond to the specific questions. Thank you.
Great, well, thank you. I'll try to answer them in the order that they were asked. First of all, thank you for your question, Councillor Colburn. I do genuinely respect all the views that you have and all the people of Godley Green. I think we went for a walkabout there and we did it, and I was happy to listen and to take part in that, and I genuinely do respect your view, and I completely understand where you're coming from. In answer to the question about why Godley Green, well, I think it was one of the successes of the previous leadership under Councillor Cooney, where it went to, and I made a mistake, Councillor Chadwick, which I acknowledge. It went to Michael Gove, and Michael Gove chose not to call it in, and it was turned around in 7 days. Now, what that speaks to is, again, my favourite theme. We're in a housing crisis, and we have to accept we're in a housing crisis. But equally so, we have to respond to that crisis in a coordinated way. And the reason why I bring up that history of Councillor Cooney's leadership and also Michael Gove is I think it's pretty clear that there's a cross-party consensus across the nation. We have to build more houses. Now, it's my understanding Godley Green was taken out of the Green Belt a number of years ago, and it's now an allocated site. Now, on whatever your political complexion is, that is not going to change. That's not going to change. So as it's an allocated site, we have a choice to make, and its leadership is about hard choices. And the hard choices are, do we have an exemplar garden village in Tameside? And I don't say that with tongue-in-cheek. I was invited on behalf of the leader to go down to the University of Cambridge just before Christmas. And I was absolutely amazed at this. They'd selected Godley Green to run an architectural competition. Such was how they were impressed with the site and the ambition of Tameside Council. And the reason why I say that is that they took this on because it wasn't a case of let's get as many developers in as we can and throw houses up. That's not what it's about. It's about genuinely trying to provide in that area homes that will be reflective of the area. And I also speak to a point that Councillor Cooney made, and he makes a very, very good point about social rent housing and all the rest of it. The only thing that's changed from what was approved under Councillor Cooney's leadership, and I applaud him for that, because I think it's a fantastic achievement, getting Godley Green to that stage, is we've increased the percentage of affordable housing. Is there going to be social rent housing on there? I hope so. but we've increased it from 15% to 20%, so just to make that point. But it doesn't speak to the point of social rent, so I don't want to get distracted on it. Moving on to the point about the planning, there was clearly procedural failings, which the Leader of the Opposition was party to, not the failings, but party to the aftermath and party to the meetings about where they thought the failings lay. Now, I wasn't present at the Planning Committee meeting, the Speakers panel. I can't talk to that, and I wasn't present in any of the meetings. But it's my understanding is that there was clear procedural problems with what went on. So I would just answer that to that point. In turning to Councillor Pearce's point, no one is a greater advocate and a greater champion of Staley Bridge. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to chair the Staley Bridge group there for all the great work that's going on. And one thing I would say before I invite the leader in, because I know Councillor Wills would like to speak to this point too, is, and Councillor Billington knows this because I've like complimented him, and I see a different side to Councillor Billington in those meetings, which has been an education. Everyone in that meeting, regardless of their political complexion, are rowing in the same direction, and it's absolutely fantastic. And he knows that to be true, and the other members know that to be true, because I've passed comment on it, that where we can be collegiate for the benefit of Tameside, we can be collegiate. I want to just talk to the point that Councillor Billington made about applying undue pressure. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm not going to dignify it with any more of a response than that. But in terms of the next stages moving forward, all the people, we know that this is going to come back, and we know that it's going to be looked at in a rigorous fashion, but I'm going to make way for the leader.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Councillor McLaren. I think Andrew covered most points with regards to the Green. I suppose the only thing that I wanted to kind of underline was the undue pressure part of Councillor Billington's performance, just to further echo that the legacy of toxic culture and leadership isn't one of mine. I think he's looking at previous administration, and it's very obvious this evening with some of the circus and parade that's been put forward that we've got quite a few disgruntled members on lots of different sides of the coin that are trying to gang together to create a false narrative to the public. But I'm sure that from what they've seen delivered over the past year and a half versus the legacy of previous leadership, that will speak for itself. Not to mention the fact that residents now have had further opportunity to come and speak to us directly as a cabinet, and will continue to have those opportunities. I wanted to speak to Councillor Pearce's point with regards to Staley Bridge and local councillors being the advocates and the champions for creating those opportunities of regeneration, and I absolutely agree. I remember at your early appointment, Adrian, when you brought forward the architects to come and plan Staley Bridge and set some ambitious plans forward, and going to the fire station at that time and looking at those. And I think we've actually achieved more than that. So I think that's testament to the work that you've done as a local councillor and those relationships that you've formed. Again, I too echo the sentiments in terms of Pete Ross, and he was absolutely a great champion for Staley Bridge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Normally at this stage we'll go to the vote, because once I've asked them to sum up, we do not then allow further questions. But because a serious issue has been raised, I'm going to allow 3 more people to speak, and then obviously they're responding. I'm not going to allow anybody else. And the 3, I'm going to take them in this order: Councillor Cooney, Councillor Corburn and Councillor Dickinson. Councillor Cooney.
Councillor McLaren, Andrew, referred to me. I wouldn't have got up otherwise, but I actually did attend that meeting that day. I think I attended 2 planning meetings in the whole of my life. So it was poorly presented. Don't know too much about it, but I know it was poorly presented because you were either getting a medical centre, and if you didn't, we were going to get some money for it. Well, we are or we aren't. You were getting a bridge, and if we didn't get the bridge, we were getting some money off transport. What the people there wanted to know, are we going to, like everyone would say, you're building a estate, have I got medical provision on there? Is that nailed on? Well, it was, but it wasn't. And everything was, but it wasn't. And I understand. I was actually there because I was meeting Councillor Ritchie. We were taking down the crib. I built a crib for the church, and it was still up after Christmas. But that's why I went there. But I couldn't. Even for someone who's not really been on planning, I've got to say the presentation from the officer was poor. And, you know, that's reality. I should imagine you can watch it on screen. We're either putting a medical centre there, which we always said we were, or we're not. But when you say I'll get some funding if you don't, then it's wishy-washy. Can I say something about housing need and reference to me with Godley Green? Godley Green, let's be honest, Godley Green was about building large houses which brings in more revenue. That's what Godley Green was about. Don't anyone think it's about tackling a housing need. Because if you're tackling a housing need, you'll put social housing on there only. But we're not. We're not. And I accept that. No, I accept what the council are doing, because I was party to that. What we needed was revenue, right? And the bigger the house, the more of the revenue we got in. And we need to do that, and affordable and everything else to get everyone involved. The problem is tackling homelessness, tackling the problem where families are over-occupied, they're all living in the same house, there isn't anywhere to go, or they've got to go to a private sector where the rents are right from the top, and even turning around 1 or 2 empty homes. I think it's great, all of them are great. We need to build social housing. And if we're honest about a housing crisis, every single house on Godley Green, 2 trees
Councillor
will be a social house.
Councillor Cooney, can I just stop you for a minute? You're supposed to be asking a question, not making a speech.
Yeah. Will be a social house. That's how we tackle that problem.
Thank you. Councillor Corbett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out to Councillor McLaren, because I don't think he understood the first part of my speech. I was trying to point out that this is Greenbelt, and this council has voted for it to go out of Greenbelt. And I do agree that more housing is needed, but I agree with Councillor Cooney here, it does need more social housing. They've got the minimum affordable housing possible on this planning application, and that can change at any point, so that it could even be less. You've got executive homes going on this site, so whilst I agree, yes, we do need more housing, these are the wrong houses and they're in the wrong place. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dickinson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. It's more a point of explanation because my name has been mentioned. I am on the planning committee. People watching webcast or people in here might think she's saying nothing, she's been frightened or whatever. That is totally untrue. I'm saying it because I'm not saying anything because I'm on the planning committee. I will be for the next meeting, and it's just not fair to bring my name into it when I'm actually on the committee. I can't say whether people have been bullied or not bullied, or it's wrong, and I can't defend myself. So I just want to explain that. Thank you.
I accept that, Councillor Dickinson. You're quite right. Could I ask for responses, please?
Thank you. First of all, Councillor Dickinson, I apologise if you think I've mentioned your name out of turn. That wasn't the reason. I just wanted to give the explanation as to there was cross-party members on that committee, and you've all been briefed and all the rest of it. So I apologise if you think I've raised your name to try to implicate you in any way. I'll just get that out the way. I'd like to deal with Councillor Cooney's points last. In terms of your points, I agree with your points, but I don't think anyone in this room would question my drive to help the most needy. But one thing I would say is, as well, I talked about the balance earlier with HMOs, the balance between neighbourhoods and the balance between stigmatising HMOs and a crisis. you can apply that metaphor to Godley Green, and I apply it in this way. Part of my role as the deputy leader and my cabinet role is growth. And I attend many Tameside Means business events. And the number of young men and women I've met from Droylsden, from Ordenshaw, from wherever, and I'm not making this point to put those areas down, and Ashton and all the rest of it. Lovely areas, lovely houses. But the number of people who've said to me, who've started businesses and have been really successful, are proud of Tameside, and they've said to me, and I've said it before, there's a dearth of big houses, big new houses. They've said, I would love to have stayed in Tameside, but I had to move, and I had to move out of the borough. So I make no apologies. When I say housing need, and I'm going to come on to the numbers in a minute, when I say housing need, if you need a house and you've got a growing family and you're successful, I think it's good. I think it's good that we build executive houses for all the reasons that Councillor Cooney said. I don't apologise for that. I don't apologise for it whatsoever. I think it's really important that we have a balance of houses in this borough. Because if we don't grow it, and incidentally, we all know this, and Councillor Cooney referred to Mayor Burnham, Greater Manchester is bucking the trend throughout the country. We've got the biggest growth outside London in the UK, in Greater Manchester. But we want these people to stay in Tameside. Because if you don't stay in Tameside, we're not going to grow. And if we don't grow, we're not going to earn all the money that pays for all the good stuff that we want to happen. I'm going to turn finally to Councillor Cooney's point regarding social housing. And I make no apologies for this. Previous leadership for social housing, for whatever reason, has been nil, very low. And I'm not going to get into the debates about why that is, because I don't want to bog everyone down, because my colleagues know when I get going, I like the sound of my own voice. But social housing in the previous leadership, I don't think we built any. I don't think we built any. If I'm wrong, I'll stand up here next time, and I will apologise. Give me the courtesy, Councillor Cooney. Give me the courtesy, Councillor Holland, of finishing my point. Right. Since I've been deputy leader, we've built 37 social rent housing, Stamford Street, Hollies in Hollingworth. We've built 129 self-contained units for people in temporary accommodation, social housing. We've turned around 30 empty homes, social housing. That's nearly 200 social houses since November 2024. And if anyone wants to play top trumps with me on social housing, I will take that game on. And the final point I'd like to make is the registered providers housing. We've got 13 to 14 sites that we're going to sell at good value to registered providers, and they're going to build approximately 450 houses over the next 2 or 3 years, social housing. So that's why I came into politics, but I'm not embarrassed or ashamed to say I think Godley Green's just as valid, because people need housing from across the borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the item's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of receiving those minutes, please show. Thank you. Against? It's carried. I'm now going on to agenda item 7, which is the budget 2026-27. I'd just like to say the local authorities standing orders England Amendment regulations include a requirement for the council to have a named vote on the main council tax resolution and on any amendments to the motion. Therefore, when the vote is taken on the budget, there will be a named vote on the council tax resolution, also on any amendments. Councillor Roderick, to propose the budget, please.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, tonight our budget comes at a moment of change, and I'm pleased to present such a positive budget that provides the financial stability that allows us to invest in an ambitious future for our borough. For the first time in a decade, the government has set out an indicative multi-year settlement, and while budget setting will remain an annual process, it nonetheless provides a clearer context within which we can plan. At the final local government finance settlement, the government has increased Tameside's core spending power by £20.541 million, That's a rise of 7% in our budget for 2026-2027, and an increase of £4.5 million on the provisional settlement that we received in December. This settlement and this increase in our core spending power is assumed that the Council will take up the full council tax flexibility and that we will benefit from growth in our local tax base. That is an increase in homes and in businesses. Our finance settlement already assumes that we can generate £7.9 million from an increase in council tax of 4.99%. However, that is based on an average Band D rate. So the overall benefit of the settlement for Tameside is £12.92 million of additional funding for next year. This includes an additional funding of £4.506 million for next year, largely through an uplift to the recovery grant and additional support for homelessness and domestic abuse when compared to early modelling. Additional funding, which we are proposing, will be added to the reserves to support our financial sustainability. I want to be clear that our Section 151 officer, the person who is legally responsible for this council finances, has confirmed that this budget and its estimates are robust and that our capital programme is affordable, and that we are ensuring financial stability by keeping at least 5% of our budget, or £15.707 million, in our general fund budget reserves, as has been proposed in our reserve strategy. While none of us want to increase council tax, we are left with no responsible alternative this year. A 4.99% rise is required to protect our essential services that serve our residents. And it's important to underline that for each 1% general council tax increase that we choose not to take, the council will lose £1.2 million from its base budget every year going forward, an equivalent to £1.2 million in further cuts to local services year on year. For the next year, a 97.5% council tax collection rate is considered prudent, and as the further papers presented this evening for this meeting show, we continue to invest in our council tax support schemes to help residents who need assistance. As with recent budgets, we will need to remain responsive to ongoing pressures in adult social care, children's services, SEND transport, homelessness and inflation throughout this year. This is not a routine budget. It is different from those we have set in recent years in three important aspects. We have better financial certainty than before. We've aligned our decisions more directly with what residents have told us, and we've deliberately shifted our focus towards prevention, early action and value for money, rather than simply responding to demand once it reaches crisis point. Our budget consultation reached over 700 responses and provided clear themes for us. Residents wanted to see improvements in highways and infrastructure, more support for adult social care, strengthened education and SEND provision, cleaner and safer streets, action on homelessness and housing, and better value for money overall. This budget reflects those priorities closely. First, we are protecting our key services and investing an additional £22.5 million in our day-to-day service provision. In adult social care, we will implement the real living wage at £13.45 per hour, and we will uplift care fees from the 1st of May 2026, an essential measure to support the care workforce, maintain quality, and ensure provision remains sustainable. In children's services, we will increase high needs top-ups to our schools by 2%, recognising the very real pressures schools face in meeting rising levels of complexity. Until now, this work has taken place in the context of a high needs deficit projected to reach £29.772 million in 26-27, with a cumulative dedicated schools grant deficit of £74.356 million by March 2027. However, the government has now announced a new National High Needs Stability Grant, funding up to 90% of our high needs related historical dedicated schools grant deficit up to 2025-26 year end. This provides a clearer route to reduce our historic deficit over time, and a new grant will be available from 26-27 to support SEND reforms and high needs spending. Alongside the funding top-ups, we are expanding SEND places in mainstream schools so more children can be supported closer to home. New or expanded resource spaces have been delivered or approved in Denton, Duckingfield, Hyde, Stalybridge and Moseley, creating 129 specialist places at a total cost of about £1.23 million. This spreads provision across the borough, helping children access support in their local area and reducing reliance on costly out-of-borough placements. In 2026, we are planning further growth in Ashton, Droylsden and Hyde, adding over £4.3 million of investment and 58 more places across the borough. This also extends capacity across early years, primary, secondary and post-16 provision, strengthening inclusion in mainstream settings, reduces travel and transport pressures for families and builds expertise across more schools, so help for SEND children can be put in place earlier. We are putting prevention front and centre with the Live Well community-led health and wellbeing strategy. The programme will support people directly in their neighbourhoods, helping residents stay active, manage long-term conditions, reduce isolation and access community support before issues escalate. By offering practical help close to home, Live Well will prevent small problems becoming crises, reduce demand on higher cost services and support healthier, more resilient communities. We are also promoting early prevention by ensuring 97% of funding keeps going straight to early years providers, with higher base rates and a stronger SEN inclusion fund so children get help earlier. In adult social care, work to produce a steadier home care market means people get support sooner, can stay independent longer, and later costs are reduced to us. In children's services, our Families First work continues so families get support before problems grow, which residents have told us is better for families and is also better value for taxpayers. We will also target the extra homelessness funding in the 26-27 settlement at frontline prevention and reducing reliance on temporary accommodation. This budget is also backing regeneration and growth because it supports services in the long run and because we are ambitious for Tameside. Our capital strategy sets out our existing programmes from internal funding and new capital investment of £156 million over the period of the next 5 years. Residents put roads first, so we are delivering a £45 million 5-year highways and infrastructure plan focused on planned, preventative work rather than emergency repairs. We will keep going with the Ashton Town Hall restoration, wider town centre improvements and wider town centre improvements funded by the £19.9 million levelling up money already secured. We are also investing in the basics to save money as we modernise the council. We're upgrading CCTV so it works to reduce crime, renewing our vehicle fleets so frontline services are more reliable, and strengthening our digital platforms so we can get consistent, trackable service delivery and fewer avoidable contacts. These steps lower the cost to serve, reduce duplication, and help us keep services stable while demand is high. We will also drive growth through the Ashton Mayoral Development Zone and a potential Mayoral Development Corporation for Ashton and Staley Bridge to unlock homes and jobs in the best connected places and make the most of our position in Greater Manchester. Our recent progress shows not just ambition, but tangible delivery, underpinned by a responsible and strategic approach to managing our council assets. The evidence is in both the projects we are delivering and the significant growth in capital receipts generated over the past 6 years. Capital receipts have grown from £56,201 in 2020-21 to this year £5.496 million so far. This strong upward trajectory reflects a maturing programme that is now consistently releasing value to reinvest into services, regeneration and the borough's long-term resilience. This responsible asset management is matched by delivery on the ground. Tameside College has already taken the former Wilco unit in Tameside 1, creating capacity for an additional 350 students from September 2026. The former Hyde Library site, sold for £1.175 million, will deliver 102 new homes while preserving its historic frontage. The Denton Centre sale has secured £3.883 million, reduced ongoing running costs and freed up capital for further investment. Meanwhile, the Lockkeepers Gate development in Droylsden is moving forward with around 174 affordable homes, improved public realm, a community hub and marina parking, providing the first step in our ambition for wider regeneration in the town. Together, these achievements show a consistent pattern. We are not just planning for the future, we are delivering it. Responsibly using council assets to unlock investment, strengthening our financial position and supporting communities across Tameside. We are also changing how the council works so that services are quicker, simpler and lower cost to run. This budget invests £8.923 million into transformation and efficiency programmes that focus on doing things differently. Doing things once, doing them digitally where it helps residents, and removing avoidable steps and handoffs. A key strand is the Digital Customer Experience Programme, which will introduce a new customer relationship management system and end-to-end online journeys so residents and businesses can request services, track progress and pay fees without having to call or visit us, while preserving the option to speak to a person if necessary or if wanted. Our digital transformation will also improve how the council teams work with each other by making information available in one place, cutting repeat contacts and speeding up responses. Residents will only have to tell us their situation once, and for businesses, the aim is a fully digital experience so we can collect income faster and reduce manual processing. These changes sit along our wider modernisation work to ensure that the front line has the right tools and the time to focus on what matters, which is our residents. Alongside transformation, we are managing our finances more carefully. Our improved Treasury management will provide us with significant savings next year and into future years, while keeping us on track to repay essential borrowing. We will keep managing and, where it is sensible, restructuring debt to reduce interest and risk, following the advice of our Section 151 officer. We will also maintain our reserves at the level we need to manage risk, again, as advised by our Section 151 officer. Together, these measures help us protect the front line and keep the council on a more stable footing. On council tax, to support this programme of improvement, we propose a 4.99% for 26-27, and that is made up of 2.99% core council tax increase plus a 2% increase in the adult social care precept. And this is in line with the settlement assumptions and the need to protect our services that our residents rely on. It is worth repeating that each 1% we do not take would remove about £1.2 million from the budget for every year, and a freeze would cost £6 million, which would mean £6 million of cuts to council services each year going forward. However, we recognise many people are struggling, and that is why our council tax support scheme remains in place for 26-27. We will continue to invest over £18 million in supporting our residents who are least able to pay. To show what this protection means in practice, a single adult on a low income in a Band A home could see a £1,156 bill reduced to a £289 bill, or about £6 a week. A lone parent with 2 children on low income in a Band B home will have a £1,348 bill reduced to £481, or £9 a week. And a disabled resident on low income in a Band A property could have a bill reduced from £1,156 to £289, again about £6 a week. Our council tax support scheme also disregards disability income in the award calculation and grants additional income disregards in the case of severe disability. We are clear that as we look to build for the future, we will ensure that no one is left behind and that our council tax support scheme supports those least able to pay. Beyond council tax support, we will help residents manage bills by offering flexible payment plans, weekly or fortnightly instalments, quick reassessments after a change in circumstances, and by ensuring that the appropriate discounts and exemptions are applied. We also signpost to welfare and debt advice early and use formal recovery only where necessary. Alongside this, the Live Well and early help approaches within this budget will help residents access practical support in their neighbourhoods before issues escalate. And residents can also use our digital customer experience improvements to request help, track progress and pay online more easily. This is how we are protecting households while still planning for a prudent 97.5% collection rate for our council tax. What makes this budget different is that it brings financial strategy with more discipline, more prevention and a more deliberate alignment between what residents have told us and what we are funding. It protects frontline services with a strengthened care market and support for schools and SEND. It shifts investment earlier in the system. It backs inclusive growth and regeneration, and it embeds efficacy, efficiency and financial management needed to keep the council stable in what remains a challenging national environment. It also supports those least able to pay through a maintained council tax support scheme and prudent assumptions rooted in fairness. Consequently, Chair, I move the Council approve the budget and council tax for 26-27, including the capital investment strategy, the treasury management strategy, minimum revenue provision policy and prudent indicators, pay policy statement and reserve strategy, the dedicated schools grant decisions and the adult social care fee schedule. And I ask Council to note our Section 151 officers, Section 25 statement of assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills to second.
So this year's budget proposal has been set out this evening by Councillor Roderick, and he's taken the chamber through the benefits being delivered through this year's budget proposal. With this in mind, it feels the right time for me to reflect on this year's financial position. For 14 long years, Tameside Council has been operating with one hand tied behind its back. Since 2010, the relentless, disproportionate cuts in central government grants have eroded the very foundation of local public services. We have seen a 40.1% real terms reduction in funding across local government, and Tameside has felt that bite more than most. We were forced into a corner managing a £35.3 million budget pressure in 24-25 alone. We had to make incredibly tough decisions, increasing council tax while trying to protect essential services, whilst ultimately just trying to keep the lights on. We were paying the price for a broken funding formula, with demand for services like adult social care and children's special educational needs skyrocketing while our resources withered. But today, the tide is turning. Finally, we are seeing a fairer funding allocation. The government's new transparent approach to funding, considering the true levels of deprivation and revenue-raising capacity of our borough, is quite frankly a game changer. This is not just a marginal change, it's a fundamental shift in how Tameside is treated. This new funding is delivering a 23% boost in spending power over the coming years. It's not just numbers on a spreadsheet. It is directly aligned to strengthening the support services that our residents deserve, that Councillor Roderick outlined so well. So what does this mean for Tameside? It means we can move from crisis management to sustainable care, supporting our vulnerable children and adults and allowing people to live more independently. It means we can properly fund services like waste collection, roads and environmental health, rather than just patching over the cracks. It means investing in early intervention, reducing the long-term expensive demand on council services. We are finally being equipped to deliver the high-quality, supportive public services that every person in Tameside deserves, with a funding formula that allows us to plan beyond 1 year at a time. This budget proposes no cuts to service. That is a position I am proud of as leader of Tameside Council. We will not have an additional ask of our residents for things like green waste collection, and we will not be cutting any of our services. This budget pledges to deliver more for the residents of Tameside, and for those reasons, I'm seconding this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask, is anybody putting forward an alternative budget that's been approved by the 151 officer? No? Councillor Khan, I believe you want to propose an amendment that is not the same as an alternative budget. So if you could hang on 1 minute, please. Councillor Costello, are you responding? Do you wish to do that now, or do you want to hear the amendment first? I'll give you the option. Yes, you can. And then I'll take the amendments straight after.
Thank you, Chair. It's a privilege to deliver my first budget response in what is my final full council meeting. Sorry, don't worry. The budget is not just a debate for this chamber. It's a discussion for the people of Tameside, the residents that elect us to represent them. It's a statement of priorities from the administration, a test of competence, and a contract with our residents. And that contract, the deal offered tonight by this Labour administration, is very simple but very unfair. It asks the public to pay the maximum and receive less than the minimum. A maximum possible council tax increase while services still struggle to meet basic standards. For Tameside families, this 5% increase is a heavy blow. Council tax is a regressive tax. It hits the poorest hardest. And with 88% of our tax base in bands A to C, this administration, the one that promised an end to the cost of living crisis, is making those that can least afford it foot the bill for their continued failures. This budget is economically illiterate. It demonstrates zero credibility and it imposes significant risks on our borough. And for these reasons, we will vote against it tonight. Let's look at some of the headlines. Children's services still overspending by more than 7 million. The dedicated schools grant carrying an in-year deficit of over 22 million. 86% of planned savings not delivered in the first half of this financial year. 8 million of recovery plans in this financial year abandoned. 6 million in contingency funding released just to stand still. And a capital delivery programme woefully behind schedule. These are not minor variances. They are structural warning signs of a council in total disarray. We are told this council is stable, but stability is not the same as sustainability. Now, we've heard the usual tropes about austerity, and we've even heard celebration about increased spending power due to increased government funding. But despite being given such a windfall by a Labour government, the very thing we were told would enable this council to stop putting up council tax, their first instinct is still to reach into the pockets of residents for the maximum possible increase. This is not an issue of funding. It is an issue of poor political leadership and a lack of vision anywhere in the executive cabinet. And while we're on the maximum council tax increase, egregious as it isn't even guaranteed to bring in the money it's supposed to. Councillor Roderick talks about council tax support. Well, caseload is up by more than 5%. Residents are struggling to pay council tax bills as they are today. Debt remains high and collection rates are static, yet this budget relies on a 97.5 collection rate. That is simply not credible. In January, the Revenue Monitoring Report from December revealed a forecast overspend of over 9 million. Now, let's be clear, that black hole exists after they raided 6 million from contingency just to stand still. In September last year, they promised 10 million in recovery plans, and by January, they admitted 8 million would not be delivered. In just 3 months, 80% of this council's recovery plans disappeared. On financial management and financial planning, this administration demonstrates zero credibility. On regeneration, we all want our towns to thrive, and we welcome the capital programme, but again, this administration shows a complete lack of ability to deliver it. After 75% of this fiscal year, only 40% of the planned capital spend had actually taken place. The executive leader talks about investment, but delivery is lacking by half. Our residents don't want glossy announcements, they want tangible transformation, and every day of delay is a day of economic growth denied. And again, on growth, this administration demonstrates zero credibility. Now, we all know that social care is a huge challenge. But simply pointing out the challenges isn't a solution. In prior years, I've spoken repeatedly about the structural mismanagement of children's services, a view echoed at the time by Ofsted and the then local Labour MP Andrew Gwynn, who both said that political leadership was the issue and not funding. Now, we will always acknowledge the hard work and dedication of frontline staff in social services, and we've never sought to prevent funding for the most vulnerable in our borough, but we have always and will always demand political accountability for improvement of those services along with spending, because when you fail to transform services, the taxpayer foots the bill for that lack of oversight. Ofsted currently notes that we are making some progress in children's services. And to Councillor Smith's point earlier, I do commend that and commend the Director of Children's Services for the agenda that she's driving, but improvement remains fragile. More than a third of children in care experience 3 or more social worker changes within a year. Agency reliance remains high and expensive, and workforce turnover still sits at 26%, likely leading to more agency reliance. This budget does nothing to incubate that fragile improvement, and it has no plan to bolster the current progress. In adult social care, Councillor Taylor is vocal about his pride in the front line, but pride doesn't pay bills. Today, his service shows rising demand and declining front door resolution rates. These are early indicators of a system under strain, and they're a red flag of looming cost increases that this budget does nothing to safeguard against. So on social care, too, this administration demonstrates zero credibility. The most alarming part of this budget is the ticking time bomb of the dedicated schools grant. The cumulative deficit, as Councillor Roderick mentioned, is forecast to hit over 74 million by March 2027. Now, that currently doesn't have to show on council balance sheets thanks to the government's statutory override. But when that ends in 2028, even after the promised government support, which again Councillor Roderick referenced, this council will be legally required to find an estimated 11 million to cover its shortfall. So let me ask the Executive Leader and Councillor Roderick directly, where is that 11 million going to come from? The only place that I can see is reserves that are already depleted. The Section 151 officer warns, it's in Appendix 13 of the budget report, reserves are a finite resource and continued use is equivalent to a household running down its savings. This is a sobering assessment, and again, it shows up an administration that has no credibility whatsoever on financial management or future planning. And I'll conclude, Chair, by echoing what I said at the start. The budget conversation is a conversation for the people of Tameside. Appendix 14 of the budget report contains a public consultation, which Councillor Roderick did refer to. What he didn't refer to in his spiel about it was that 60% of respondents opposed a council tax increase, stating that it was unaffordable. Councillor Roderick has cherry-picked the feedback from that consultation and made it look like this council has listened. But despite asking for the public's views, this administration has ignored them. Despite the election of a Labour government, and despite a multi-million-pound cash injection from that government, they have reneged on their promises and increased residents' bills by the maximum amount permissible again. There can be no more excuses. There can be no more reasons. They are out of their depth and out of ideas. Over the last year, we've seen rewritten regulations, deferred savings, failed recovery plans, and a 9 million overspend. We see children's services pressures unresolved, adult social care demand rising, and a sluggish capital programme delivery. That is not a credible record. This budget offers no solutions. Instead, it saddles residents with maxed out taxes, one-off fixes, and a new 11 million black hole for 2028. That is not a credible plan. Where is the multi-year pathway to balance? Where is the reduction plan for the DSG deficit? Where is the timeline for eradicating the children's overspend? Without these structural solutions to structural problems, this budget is nothing more than a wish list. It does not reflect the economic reality of the borough, it fails the credibility test on every level, and it reneges on this administration's previous promises to residents. This is a dangerous budget that makes our tomorrow even more precarious than our today. So, Chair, firmly, responsibly, and on behalf of the taxpayers of this borough, we will oppose this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I now believe there is an amendment which Councillor Khan wished put to us. Has that amendment been approved by the Section 151 officer?
Yes.
Yes? Could you please read the amendments?
Thank you, Chair. So this is our first positive budget amendment as the first Tameside Independent Group. We want to thank Councillor Cooney who supported this amendment. I have met with the Section 151 officer. And
Could you switch your microphone on if it's not on, please?
Sorry. Right, so this is our first positive budget amendment as the Tameside Independent Group. I'd like to thank Councillor Cooney for supporting this amendment. Chair, tonight, Council is likely to approve a 4.99% council tax increase. Residents are telling us the same thing every day. They are paying more, but they are not seeing improvements in the services that affect them every day. Missed bins, potholes, block gullies, fly tipping and poor environmental services. They are asking a simple question. If my council tax is going up, why is my street not improving? That is why the Tameside Independent Group is proposing this budget amendment. We are proposing to reduce internal political spending, including reviewing member allowances, reducing the size of the executive cabinet, cutting unnecessary duplicated roles and travel costs, and reinvest that money directly into our neighbourhoods. We propose creating a ward investment fund of £19,000 per ward per year for over the next 3 years. That equates to £361,000 per year, or £1,083,000 over 3 years, funded from savings within the existing members' allowances budget of £1,952,000 per year. This would give every ward consistent planned investment so councillors can work with residents directly to decide local priorities, whether that is gully cleaning, potholes, repairs, environmental work or tackling fly tipping. In Ashton alone, across 4 wards, this will mean £76,000 per year. That's £228,000 over 3 years invested directly into our neighbourhoods. This amendment is about one clear principle. If the council tax is going up, residents deserve to see visible improvements where they live. It's about putting power back to the hands of local communities and ensuring spending reflects the priorities of residents, not just decisions made in the town hall. If this amendment is approved today, the tide will definitely change. And Chair, we ask the Council to support this amendment, or at least be asking for an independent review of this proposal. Thank you.
I'll second that.
What we'll need is a copy of it, and because it hasn't been approved, I believe, by the 151 officer, I'm going to have to adjourn the council meeting for 15 minutes while it's considered. Thank you.
Chair.
Can everybody take your seats, please?
Sorry.
Thank you for that. The officers have had a look at the amendment and advised the group of their position. I'm going to bring Councillor Cooney in.
Chair, and is that on? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Clearly, it's caused a bit of a ripple. And do you know what? Full council doesn't cause a problem that because constitutionally we wish to reduce the amount of cabinet members. Constitutionally, it can't be done here tonight with this. But we can, and to be fair to the Chief Exec and the Board of Solicitor, they're going to come back to see whether that's possible, practical, and if it can, how do we go about doing it. I'm not saying it would come in, because we believe, and we'll accept that, Chair, because we believe there may be a different council here in May, and that's what so we're prepared to come back with that. But we will go through the process. Thank you for that, Chair.
Right.
And thanks to the officers.
Thank you. Could I just double check that?
Yeah, we pulled it back for now.
That's been withdrawn. Yeah.
But it's a shame because it did deliver £19,000.
Is there any other amendment? If not, we'll go back to the original motion. I'm now going to ask for questions or comments. Councillor Halligan.
Thank you, Chair. I'll preface this question by putting my hands up to say that the sums I'm going to talk about are but a drop in the ocean of the council budget, but for me this is a point of principle. Now I think all of us in the chamber would agree on a basic point that every pound raised from taxpayers should be directed to essential frontline services that benefit the whole borough. And that's the principle that I want to focus my question on. What I don't believe the majority of Tameside residents are aware of, however, is that as councillors we're each allocated £500 a year or £28,500 a year in total to distribute to local charitable causes in our wards. Now, whatever the merits of those organisations, it's important to note that this is money that doesn't come from councillors' own pockets. Instead, it comes from the council's budget into which every taxpayer in Tameside contributes. Now, I want to make this point because this budget includes a number of savings proposals, two of which, and I will hold my hands up at this point again, are modest in scale but directly concern frontline services. Changes to illuminated bollards and efficiencies to the school crossing patrol service, which total £30,000 over 2 years. These are services that support road safety and, crucially, children's safety and could largely be negated through the abolition of the ward money scheme. My question, therefore, to the Executive is simple. When services are targeted for savings, why is a discretionary charity pot for councillors being protected? If we want to avoid cuts to frontline provision, then the ward money scheme is surely an obvious place to start. I believe strongly that charity is a personal choice for residents, not a political choice for councillors. People should be free to support local causes directly if they wish, with their private money, and councillors should not act as small-scale grant funders using public funds, particularly when the council is asking residents to pay more for services that remain under pressure. A budget that maintains this discretionary fund for councillors does not reflect that principle that every pound raised in public money is spent only on public services. If we are serious about financial discipline and about putting frontline services first, then will the Executive commit to ending the ward money scheme and redirecting those funds back to where they're needed most? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fairfowl. Sorry, Councillor Quinn. So mix your seats up. Continue.
Forest Rycroft and St Stephen's. This is great news for Droylsden, but it's also great news for the parents of the children in Droylsden. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief and focus specifically on the impact of this budget on our towns, neighbourhoods and the everyday services residents experience on the ground. Much has already been said about the financial context, so I want to turn to what residents consistently tell us through consultation, casework and day-to-day conversations in our communities, much of which Councillor Khan alluded to before. The priorities we hear are remarkably consistent. Residents talk about potholes, they talk about litter, they talk about fly tipping, they talk about the condition of their streets and neighbourhoods. In fact, many residents know me primarily for reporting potholes and chasing local problems because those are the issues they contact us about most frequently. These are the day-to-day issues that shape how people judge the effectiveness of local services in their communities. Each year, the Council undertakes a budget consultation, and residents engage in that process in good faith. It is therefore reasonable to expect that the priorities they repeatedly raise are visibly reflected in the budget that follows, rather than seen as a tick-box exercise. Yet there remains a clear gap between those consistently expressed concerns and the level of visible frontline emphasis on neighbourhood services within this budget. Our group has identified a clear policy priority, and investments of around £650,000 in dedicated ward-based street cleaners. They will focus on litter, fly tipping and neighbourhood standards, directly reflecting the same issues residents raise year after year through consultation and casework. It is about visible, practical services that improve pride in place and the everyday experience of residents across our borough. At a time when residents are being asked to absorb a 4.99% council tax increase, it is entirely reasonable for them to expect that their most frequently raised priorities, which are potholes, cleanliness and neighbourhood standards, are more clearly reflected in spending decisions. Consultation should be more than a procedural tick-box exercise. It should be a meaningful guide to how we set priorities, especially when the same concerns are raised consistently by residents across this borough. Budgets are ultimately about choices and priorities. For my part, I believe stronger emphasis on visible neighbourhood level services would better align this budget with what residents consistently tell us matters most. For those reasons, and in light of the proposed 4.99% council tax increase and the priorities set out in this budget, just like our group, I am unable to support it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Choskett.
Thank you, Chair. But before I ask my question, I just want to briefly mention my ward colleague, Councillor Dave Haworth, who will be retiring very soon. I just want to acknowledge his work since election and before election over the last 3 years in terms of his support and his leadership in terms of Waterloo Action, his tremendous support in terms of Pauline Town, in collecting the food collection on a regular basis. Place of welcome, he is greatly received on every Thursday at his surgery, and his contribution to Waterloo Park Centre in terms of organizing and organizing events and activities. So I just want to say that you've been a great colleague, a friend, and we will miss you dearly. And thank you for everything that you have done. Thank you. And the question is, what level of investment is being allocated in terms of, rising potholes, in terms of the fading, the road markings, and in terms of improving the road safety, and what plans are in place in terms of securing and ensuring the long-term future of the Park Bridge Heritage Centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billington.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, may I just say thank you to Councillor Costello for taking on this role. I would have voted for Councillor Cooney's amendment tonight because I do agree with it. So I am disappointed with that. The cabinet size is already undersized as it is. I do think it can go further. That has not impacted the legal implication for an undersized cabinet so far. One thing that I would add to that as well is the chair of council business. Now, I was reading Trigger Me Timbers, and someone said on there, why do we have the chair of council business? Why isn't the mayor chairing the meetings? Then someone who's now an MP says, because we don't believe in the monarchy. And then later on, Councillor Claire Reid states, to spread the wealth. So we know what it's about. It's about more jobs, more money.
Councillor Billington, have you got a question on the budget?
To the point of the budget, and that is on the budget, Chair, because I was referring to the amendment that was previously tabled. You might not like it, Councillor Wills, but there we are. On the budget, however, I have really grave concerns that this council plans to take on £175 million in new borrowing. And it's going to cost taxpayers over the next 5 years £30 million of interest. When over the next 5 years, this council is expected to raise an additional £40 million in increasing council tax. So it leaves us with a net of £10 million, but £30 million of that £40 million will be spent on servicing debt interest. Now that is absolutely wrong. Now let's have a look what the council is proposing. It's very flimsy at the moment because we don't know exactly what these loans are going to be paid for. Take highway asset management, okay? Now, highways, that when I ask the question, it's fixing potholes. You do not take out loans to fix potholes. It comes out of your day-to-day revenue spend. That's what you pay your council tax for. You don't take out loans to do that. Then there's Ashton Town Hall. It's had over £60 million in levelling up funding from the last Conservative government. And what's been done with it? Absolutely nothing. But yet, they're asking for an additional £25 million in public borrowing for that. Active Tameside, £40 million there. Now, Active Tameside loses money. It always comes cap in hand to this council, asking for a bailout, and that's wrong. I'll be coming on to that later on with Councillor Carn's motion. There's CCTV, £4 million. Again, this is something that should be coming out of revenue. We shouldn't be needing to take a loan out for it. Digital customer experience programme, basically stuff around a new website. Fleet replacement, again, that could be done on lease. We don't need to take a loan out for new vehicles. The Mayoral Development Corporation, so that's down as to be confirmed. Same with Town Centre redevelopment, again, which is to be confirmed. And strategic acquisitions, there's £30 million there for that as well. So that'll be buying up land. But let's look at what's happened in the past with this council. You look at Stalybridge Town Centre when they've bought land for the pension fund. It's been sat on for years and they've done absolutely nothing with it. Now, I'm not against taking out loans per se with the council. We've done it before. We've done it with the airport. And with that airport investment generates millions and millions of pounds in return for the taxpayer every year. Now, it hasn't done since COVID. I disagree that the council have not pushed Manchester Airport to collect a dividend to reduce that tax burden. But it is absolutely wrong to be placing this on residents at this council. Councillor Wills said in her speech that there would be no cuts made to this council. It's having to find over £9 million in savings. And that is the same figure that we ended up with last year but then you managed to raid the reserves pot for it. You can make a deficit go away if you're going to end up filling it with reserves. It is an absolute joke, and Councillor Costello is absolutely right that this is a council out of control and it lacks any financial credibility. Councillor Roderick, I said at the last meeting about how you were making these decisions which would be impacting our residents. You haven't addressed the deficits. You're then continuing to borrow more money now. And it's our residents that are going to be paying for that in the long term. I think this is actually quite political of the leader. She knows that she's going to lose a number of seats in the May elections. So what she's hoping is that she can go to residents and say, look, I'm doing this for you. And it's just a pre-election gimmick from the Labour Party. But what it does is it saddles our residents with debt. So I will be voting against this budget tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
What Councillor Chox has just said about Councillor Howarth, and I wish him well for the future. Coming on to the question on the budget, given that our health outcomes remain a concern, we are still seeing savings in the health budget. How will you ensure frontline services are protected within health?
Thank you. Councillor Teresa Smith.
I've seen a real positive budget. I've often gone out of here thinking, oh my goodness me, what are we going to do? How can we continue to serve our residents if we're making these huge cuts? We are investing in our children's services to improve our outcomes. And we've got to remember, if you sit on a scrutiny panel, the budget was presented to you and you had the opportunity to make suggestions and ask questions. I'm proud to support the investments in our children's homes, which will see our capacity to care for our children in Tameside increase, as well as for our most profoundly disadvantaged children with multiple disabilities. In our £3.8 million new facility, Meadow View, which will be built by a local company, bringing jobs and investment to Tameside. This will help us to reduce the cost of care for children, which is driving excessive cost, and generating excessive profit for some of the providers who aren't reinvesting in our local economy. As a council, we want to grow our own talent, which is why the budget contribution to the Academy in Children's Services is a good news story for us all. Bringing apprentice social workers and other skilled workers through to better employment, delivering better outcomes for children. It's money well spent, and we will be able to evidence this in the future. And the government has announced significant grant funding to support the biggest change to how safeguarding services operate since the 1918 Children Act. We will now use this grant funding to maximise integrated and joined-up service around families, bringing, for example, our funded youth service closer to vulnerable adolescents, closer to our youth offending prevention work, closer to our specialist complex safeguarding team, and so on. That sort of joined-up working around families will reduce the cost of duplicated support, which we know frustrates families who don't want to tell their story over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. I stand to support this budget, but does my colleague agree with me that the Labour government's reintroduction of the multi-year settlement for local governments is a much better way for the authority to be able to budget for the future? This allows the council to invest in itself, which shows the wider world that we are growing, rather than 10 years of Tory cuts and the annual statements by their government and a hastily put together coalition.
Dickinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Roderick is recently quoted as saying, "We have stabilised our position despite increased pressures on our services, in spite of the failure to deliver savings that has been built into our budget, and have and has been for several years. We've reached a stable position where we're using reserves within a sustainable level. Not only that, thanks to a very fortunate settlement that we've had this year, next year we're looking to move to a position where we will not be calling on reserves but start to rebuild that position. In the budget for 26-27, there is a requirement for services to make savings of 8.9 million during the year. This is despite the fact that target savings in year have not been met for the last 10 years. So a budget is to be set that requires savings that ultimately will not be achieved, and Councillor Roderick has publicly stated that next year the Council will not need to call on reserves. Can we agree that the Labour group will be judged on these two issues in 12 months' time? Because that is what is being asked of the public in agreeing to the 4.99% increase. Even though the Conservative group are not agreeing, this will go through, so I'm asking for this commitment. 1, this Council agrees to savings of 8.9, and 2, this Council will not need to call on reserves next year. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Tilbrook.
Thank you, Chair. At scrutiny, we were presented with a budget and it was heralded that we were going to get an extra core spending power of 16 million. And today we're being told that that is now 20 million of core spending power, with 8 million coming from the council tax increase. Why are we not using that extra money to not increase council tax? Why is this Labour council stashing that away rather than reducing the burden on our residents and giving them a break for once? Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
We've had some comments tonight about the street scene and what the people want. Well, we all know that. I've been on knocking doors for 50 years. I can count on one hand the number of people who've raised adult social care or children's social care on the door. It's what was said earlier, litter picking, fly tipping. Reality is, the two biggest budgets in this council are adult social care and children's social care. And unless your mum or your grandma or your auntie are receiving adult social care, it's not your priority. But it is a priority of this council. Our older people, our younger people need looking after. In adult social care, £5 million is being put in this budget. Is that my time up? £5 million is being put in this budget to pay the living wage. That money will be directly given to care workers in this borough. Is there anybody in here who doesn't agree with that? We promised to pay the living wage years ago, and it took us a while to get there, but the Old of Greater Manchester has done it now. What it does, it stabilises that industry because they can recruit staff, they can retain staff. So £5 million of that money that we're agreeing tonight is going directly into the pockets of people who provide care in Tameside. The other issue that we have, of course, is that we have a massive amount of people coming to the front door seeking adult social care. And that puts a massive burden on the department. Reality is, we are living longer, but we're not living longer very well. So we need the care. So there's more people coming to the door. You know, you've got an option. You turn them away and say you're not having the care, or you fund it. We've decided that we'll fund it, and we will provide that care. And just finally from me, please, with award funds. I can't believe that somebody's come in here and suggested that we don't have the award funds, you know. It's church groups, it's junior football teams getting 50 quid or 100 quid, and it's the local ward members who know where this money needs to go. They're the ones on the ground who know that. It's a small amount of money to come in here and suggest that we no longer support those groups. You know, it's unbelievable. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't even be raising it in here. It's a great little scheme. It keeps church goers, it keeps the scouts going. It does all things like that. You know, can't believe it.
Councillor Barry Holland.
this on?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're applauding you.
Once again, I rise, and I've heard about the wonderful financial settlement we've had, and I wonder why it doesn't percolate down to my borough, Droylsden. Again and again, I hear the money being spent in Stalybridge, Denton. No, hang on, you've had enough time to speak, be quiet. Denton, Ashton. Can you ask me to be quiet?
Respect, please. Allow people to speak.
Yeah.
Councillor Holland.
And there's a question about levelling up money that I'd like to ask. 19 million in Denton, 19 million in Ashton, 19 million in Stalybridge.
Don't forget.
Can I ask why none of that money was spent in Droylsden? What was the what's it? Will you be quiet and don't stop interrupting? Yeah, stop it. That's what I want to ask.
You calm things down and allow one speaker at a time, please.
Thank you very much. I look at the Droylsden town centre and it looks like a war zone. And there's never any investment pointed at that. Yet Stalybridge, everything's there. Ashton, the new market hall and stuff like that, and Denton. It's almost as if Droylsden was been sliced off and moved into Manchester for all the effort that's put into it, or finance for that matter.
Councillor Ferguson.
Put forward is that as this budget
could you
really been
stand,
thought
please,
out.
Councillor Ferguson?
Sorry?
Could you stand, please?
All right.
Thank you.
What I want to say is, basically, has this really been thought out with regard to the long-term effect upon poverty? We know that some of the figures with regard to the Poverty Commission, that 21%, 1 in 5 people, are currently living in poverty. And with this Labour government's record on freezing the personal allowance, I believe they've extended it for another 2 years. The long-term effects upon poverty are going to be absolutely horrendous if you look at the figures. 7.9 million working adults, of which 4 million will face absolute catastrophic increases in the tax take in the long term. I don't think it's incumbent upon a Labour government and a Labour council to be suggesting increasing the council tax by 2.99% and a 2% precept on the social care element. I accept what Councillor Taylor says and Councillor Smith with regard to them issues, but looking at this from the eyes of poverty, it's a consideration for all humanity, not just for the independent group. It's a consideration for every single councillor, and I would urge all Labour councillors to think hard and long before you inflict a budget proposal and an increase which is going to exasperate the condition of poverty in this country. We know that the rich have got richer and the poor are getting poorer and poorer, and this is not addressing that problem in any way, shape or form. Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
Chair, I just want to say that I'm getting lots of messages that the sound is being cut off when opposition people are speaking. Yes?
Have you pressed your mic?
Yeah. No, on live stream.
I'm Councillor Khan. I'm busy chairing this meeting, not looking online.
I'm not looking online, I'm getting
So
messages.
I wouldn't know. Is your answer, Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that I've heard people say. After 14 years of financial challenges, I really feel that my environmental services team have provided a good service to our residents. Basically, we collect 11 million bins a year, 40,000 bins a day, and the odd one might get missed. I think they're doing an outstanding, excellent job on the money that they've had. Moving forward, we've got lots of investment coming to environmental services, which I'm proud to say I really support this budget because of it. We've invested 2 million into waste services. which we've got 4 additional waste vehicles and crews. We've got the in-cab technology coming forward, which will improve efficiencies and improve the service for people. We're spending 15 million capital investments over 3 years on vehicle fleet replacement. With regard to the potholes that you mentioned before, Councillor Billington, 1.8 million is actually from revenue income, and that's to manage the risks on highway maintenance, and that's for potholes. We've got 750,000 extra investment from DFT grant just for potholes. We've got 45 million over 5 years, which you mentioned before. That's highways infrastructure. That is not just potholes. That is street lighting, bridges, gullies, CCTV, fly tipping. And we have the best fly tipping figures yet again for the second year running in the Northwest. So on the money that we've had previously, we're still getting those good results. And with the extra funding, I expect us to carry on improving with those figures. We've served, where am I? 296 fixed penalty notices, 10 prosecutions, all from the money that we've previously had. And we're going to continue investing into that. We've got 500,000 revenue money in the street scene improvements, green space, environmental improvements, eco streets, which has been a really good success. We've got another one that we've done St Michael's already. We're going to do further alleyways to improve them. And I'd like to remind everybody, for the second year running, we are not charging for garden waste collections, and a lot of local authorities are. And also, the household waste recycling centres, they're really well managed and they're running well, unlike some authorities where they've had to close them. So I really support this budget, and I think we've got hard-working teams, and with the extra investment, we'll get even better.
Councillor Cooney.
Yeah, my colleague raised about Drawson, and then there seems to be a chip or a side chip from the leader. I accept that the money for Ashton, Hyde and Denton came from the MPs, and I do agree. I would ask that the leader contact the MP for Ashton. I don't know whether she's in Brighton yet. Well, she might be there, you know. But, and actually see whether she could help us. I know, to be fair to Angela Wood, and I do think that we need that lobbying. But come back to the budget, Chair. And as Gary Ferguson has said some poignant things there, because I don't know whether people are aware, I'm a pensioner now, and but what I do know is I'm fortunate I have a works pension, don't get me wrong, but this government did not raise the tax threshold for the allowance for people. So you're going to get now, basically, people who the only income is a state pension, they're going to start being taxed. They might have a couple of £100 above it, they're going to be taxed at 20%. So this added on to that, because the Labour government, our Labour government, promised, what he promised Keir did, a freeze on council tax. He did. Remember, that's what he said?
He did.
Well, we've ignored that here tonight.
He did.
We've ignored that here tonight, and every pensioner on the 7th of May, when they go to vote, or whatever it is, must remember when they're now paying tax, and the only income they have is a state pension, £12,000, just over £12,000, and someone wants to take 20% off that because they've decided to freeze it. But at the same time, the new council tax bill comes in and said, here's another 5% on. I accept all that we're doing is great. Don't have a problem with any of that. But we still have to accept there's people out there, because of the policies of this government, to freeze the tax threshold year on year and going forward. And remember, they give a basic, they haven't raised the capital tax. So what happens is they're paying less and the pensioners are paying more. That's the reality of it. And we're going to hit them, and then we're going to go on the knocker. We're going to go on the knocker and say, you'll have to pay 5%, but don't worry. You'll also be paying tax, it's less. You've got less money, how do you do it? You can't afford it. So I don't eat today, but we could apply, as Hugh said, for the fund for some help. I'll tell you what, you've got a load of pensioners who are going to be applying for that. You better have more than 18 million. You better have more than that. When this government said you'll have a freeze on council tax, why hasn't that happened? They're giving the money, to be fair,
they've given the money. They're giving the money and they're allowing you to borrow the money. Whenever you borrow anything, you've got to pay it back. And you're right, Councillor Millington, there's no free loan. You pay money back. I borrow it, it costs me more to pay back. We have to accept a responsibility that there's a large group of people here, pensioners, that now are going to start paying tax. I don't have a problem with the programme we've got here, and our proposal didn't even offer to reduce the budget or whatever. Sorry, increase the budget, it was to reduce it. But everyone in here tonight, remember, when you don't get your council tax allowances, budget, cabinet members' allowances, deputies' allowances, chairs' allowances, or just council allowances, there's a load of pensioners out there now. And because we, a Labour government, I still part of it, aren't I? But because a Labour government didn't raise that tax threshold, but tonight here, we're ignoring that and we're still going to charge you a capital, we're still going to put it onto your bill, 5%. The programmes are great, you've got to find a way of paying for it, I accept that, I'm not having a problem with that, but we do need to have a look seriously at the attack on pensioners now, going forward in May.
Councillor Homer.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think anybody in here really thinks it's an easy decision to raise council tax. We've all got family members that are going to pick up the bill. It's not an easy decision. It's a difficult decision. But if we want to give the public the services they need and deserve, they've got to be paid for. We got a great settlement off central government, but it's not enough. It's not enough to think. So we've got to make it up in some way. Liam's mentioned the investment in CCTV. You know, I think sometimes, Liam, we're in danger of knowing the cost of everything and the value of nothing. When you look at what CCTV's done, or what can be done with CCTV, you know, we prevented sexual assaults, we prevented drink driving. These many things that are prevented with the CCTV system we have. And the CCTV system we have is coming to the end of its life. So without this investment, we're going to be left with nothing. With this investment, we will be able to carry on doing what we're doing, but doing it better. You know, making our public safer. You know, so I would ask everybody in this room to support this budget tonight. It's not an easy decision. It's not. But what's the alternative? What are we cutting? You know, what services are we cutting? Are we doing away with the 2 hours free parking that's seen, you know, visits to our car parks rise from December in 24 to, from, was it 60,000, something like that, to last year, December 25, 126,000. Are we saying we're going to do away with that? Are we going to cut the Serious Violence Fund, Youth Justice Grant, Community Safety Funding, Highways and Footways? You know, what are we cutting? What are we taking away? Because if you're going to vote against this tonight, you're not providing those services, those vital services that our people depend on. You know, and this does go some way as well. You know, you say about potholes. The 45 billion investment means we're going to be fixing potholes and they're going to stay fixed. We're not going to go and kick a bit of crap into a hole, stamp it down, walk away, and go back 2 weeks later and do it again. It's going to be done properly. So that's where the investment comes in. There will be a saving from this investment. Not all borrowing is bad. Not all borrowing is bad. If you're borrowing and that money is going to return on that investment, then it's a good investment. It's good borrowing. So with that, I'm going to sit down. Thank you.
Councillor Peter Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot tonight about fly tipping, but I'm not sure which department's responsible for actually doing the fly tipping. I thought it was the residents that did that, and it's the council who have to pick up the bill. If you reduce the council tax this year, might sound good, but you're reducing it for every year in the future, because this year's council tax increase becomes a base for setting next year's. If you look around the country, the number of councils that were under a different colour of leadership, they went bankrupt because they stopped increasing their council tax. The previous leadership in Trafford, in Greater Manchester, did the same thing. They didn't put the council tax up, and now they're in trouble. So I'm supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of rhetoric, great rhetoric actually. You know, it's inspiring rhetoric, but it doesn't butter any parsnips. And what I mean by that is, if you look at homelessness, for instance, I'm going to support this budget because it's well, you'll be pleased to hear that. Because in very, very simple terms, the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. And last Christmas, there was 77 families. 77 families in bed and breakfast. And the trauma that that caused those families, let's forget about the expense of getting children to school and all the other things that we have to think about. Let's think about 77 families last Christmas. This Christmas, we had this Christmas, I agree, this Christmas, one family was in bed and breakfast. Now that's not an accident, that's investing. Now, those 77 families are in homes. It reduces the cost to the borough if you want to start to talk about brass tacks and money. And that's why it's really, really important to double down. When I came in as deputy leader, the Tameside Housing Advice was open 2 days a week. 2 days a week was open. There's reasons for that. I get that. Funding. It's now open 5 days a week. We've now got an app that allows people who aren't literate in that to find advice quickly. We're talking about setting up a general list, an asset list of all the rented houses so that people can access this. But that costs money. But in the end, you invest to save. And that's the important thing to think about. And the final point I'll give you, because I love my numbers, the 77 families who've now been taken out of bed and breakfast, it's twice as much to pay for a family per day to be in a bed and breakfast if you want to get down to money. We've not got that cost. But what I go to bed at night with a warm feeling is, this Christmas, 30 children in those bed and breakfasts were in their own homes. And that's why I entered politics, and that's why I think it's a great budget.
Councillor Wells.
Sorry, Chair, did you say me? Yeah. Thank you. So I just wanted to pick up a couple of points. The first one directed at Councillor Billington ahead of Councillor Roderick coming back to opposition members with responses. Councillor Billington talks about financial credibility, which, given he's recently a suspended member of his own group, after he quit his role of finance in a fit of pique, I wonder where his financial credibility is. Councillor Billington talks about politicising. The only person politicising this budget is him, given he's up for election, at a time when his party nationally is unpopular and he's locally being suspended. It's obvious his divisive nature reaches further than social media. The next point I wanted to raise was to Councillor Holland, Barry, just for clarity, because there's two. Councillor Holland asks about Droylsden and where we are in the plans. And yes, I did heckle and I apologise for that, Councillor Holland. I heckled saying ask your leader, because your leader was the leader of this council for a significant period, for over 2.5 years. And you're right, there wasn't a plan for investment for Droylsden, but there is now. And there's a regeneration plan. And we've spoken today about the new marina development with 170 quality housing going in it. So I would ask you to speak to your leader, but I'd also reflect that as 3 ward councillors, you've got over 100 years representing your residents in Droylsden. So if you haven't been effective in that role, perhaps you need to look a little bit deeper. The next point I'd like to make is towards Councillor Cooney, who raised investment being at the MP's hands. And yeah, there's a level of opportunity through our MPs, absolutely. But that's not the only opportunity. Again, I'm the only leader that's investing our money into civic spaces. Something that, no, Ashton Town Hall, which you were set
Excuse
to
me,
demolish.
could you please show some respect? One of your group has already called the leader out for interrupting, yet you're doing that.
I suggest that colleagues read the capital programme, which is something that we've not had before, which is why people are asking questions about spending money and about whether we borrow money. We borrow money because that grows confidence in the investment market, something that Councillor Cooney couldn't achieve in his role as leader of this council. They're the points I wanted to raise. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Sharif.
In health. We do have huge health challenges, yet we have the smallest budget, and our budget over the years has been significantly cut. Between 2021 and 2025, we saw 10% reduction in health. This leadership under Councillor Wills did not allow for any cuts to go forward last year. This year, we have managed to find efficiencies. Posts that haven't been filled, for example, delaying our community navigators, giving us more time to just make sure we get that right. We have absolutely protected our frontline services so that we can support our residents who need help the most. This means we will not see any reductions in things like our health visitors, our domestic abuse workers, stop smoking, drug and alcohol services, blood pressure checks. Prevention is key, and I will do all I can to protect this. In fact, for the first time in years, we have provided an uplift to our public health services. Despite rising wages, overheads, inflation, places like the CGL, our drug and alcohol services, had not had an uplift for 10 years, but we have done that through this leadership. Thank you. In respect of Councillor Halligan's point regarding our very minimal sum of £1,500 we have per ward, I have to add to that because I'm very passionate about our local groups doing great work in our communities. £1,500 is very minimal. In fact, it's not enough. We have all sorts of people doing planting, doing all sorts of things in our wards, and if we can give them that little bit of help, it makes all the difference to them. So I would absolutely advocate that that is very much needed, and if I could, we would raise that. Regarding Councillor Ferguson's point, thank you. Regarding Councillor Ferguson's point, raising our council tax. We have to raise our council tax to get the investment. We've seen places like Trafford. We don't want to be a Trafford. We have things in place. We have our council tax relief scheme, which we will go on to later today on the agenda. This will help our most vulnerable and our most poorest. We have our severe hardship fund. This will once again help our most vulnerable. And we also have a crisis resilience fund also, which I'm sure we will talk about later on in the meeting today. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Councillor Roderick to respond. Quite a number of your questions have already been answered by executive members.
Chair. I think I'll cover themes because that's probably easier than going to everybody, and there's been quite a few recurring themes within those questions. I have to start by saying that when I stand here and say this is a fundamentally sound budget, that's not my opinion, that's not a political opinion, that is the professional opinion of our Section 151 officer. So, you've only had a week, so obviously you are perhaps still getting up to speed with how local government finance works. But you raise some important issues, which we recognise as an administration, particularly around savings, which has been raised on several times. We had £22 million worth of savings that were built into the current year budget. 10 million of those we've not been able to make. We've identified savings next year in a much different way. Part of the way we've set this budget has been entirely different in that we have gone through a business case process for each saving that we've identified. So every line of saving that we've put in this budget, we've gone through as a cabinet and with officers to get an understanding of what is deliverable and how much money it will actually deliver within this time period. So we have a lot more confidence in these savings targets. And to Councillor Dickinson's point, absolutely, I stand by these commitments. I do. I'm quite happy to be held to account come the end of the budget. I can't make a commitment on not using reserves because we have to legally balance our budget. So if we do come to the end and we need to make some transfers, we will, but we will absolutely, on the basis of this budget, be aiming not to do that. In terms of, so we've also mentioned the dedicated schools grant, in terms of where that's coming from, that will have to come from reserves. Part of the reason why we are transferring £5 million into reserves as part of this budget is to rebuild our reserve position so that when that dedicated schools grant comes due, which 10% of it still will, £7 million at least will, we will have the funds within the reserves to cover that. And it's important to notice that the dedicated schools grant overspend is not money that we can choose not to spend. It's a legal requirement because that's how we're paying for our education, health, care plans. This is all legally required spend. And not only that, it's a national issue because we're quite lucky in that our overspend is quite small. Places like Birmingham, they've got over £100 million in terms of overspend. If that comes due, which obviously is less now they've got the 90% grant, but if that comes due, that will wipe them out. We would be financially hit by it, but it wouldn't destroy our finances in a way that other councils would. What have I got next? So also it's important to say that we've gone through a new process in terms of setting our savings for this year's budget. One of the advantages, as Councillor Mills raised about the multi-year settlement, is that gives us some space to completely rebuild our budget. So we're going from a position where we can actually address the structural issues that are at the heart of our budget issues in terms of the demand, the need for children, the need in adults. And so this is why I say that we are in a more stable position, because we have that space to completely rebuild our budget. Councillor Halligan, in terms of the road safety review, that is a review. It's not. We are absolutely dedicated to road safety and ensuring that our residents are safe on the road. In terms of the ward schemes, I'm supportive of ward schemes. I think they do support residents, so it is taxpayers that are getting the benefit of these schemes. In terms of investment, so the points have been raised about the borrowing for our capital projects. The reason that CCTV is part of the capital project is because it is infrastructure which gets paid for as part of a capital programme, not part of a revenue programme. There is revenue investment for potholes. The capital investment is for major road projects. And all of the capital project that we are proposing, which, if you'd read the current papers, is £156 million, will be on the basis of individual business cases for every situation where we come to borrowing. And the important thing to realise with capital investment is that, as if you're getting a mortgage for a house, you're getting to own something that has value, that will accrue value to you. So saying that capital borrowing to invest is financially irresponsible is the same as saying anyone who takes a mortgage for a house is financially irresponsible. Every single borrowing decision that gets made will be infrastructure that is essentially like a house, in that it will bring in income, such as acquisitions, strategic acquisitions that will support the redevelopment, the regeneration of our towns. These will be acquisitions of buildings that bring an income with them. All of our borrowing will be on the basis of business cases that show how we will be able to cover the borrowing costs, whether that's through income or through savings accrued as a result of that investment. And this is all off the advice of our Section 151 officer. So, as the leader pointed out, we're not entirely sure what your competence is in this area that gives you such confidence to speak against it, because you clearly don't have the financial understanding that backs up your confidence. In terms of poverty and how we're supporting our poorest residents, our council tax support scheme currently supports 17,333 residents. And when it comes to pensioners, they get 100% relief on council tax. They do not pay council tax if they are in the poorest households. Yeah. And as well as the council tax support scheme, which is coming forward in a paper in a few, well, hopefully a few moments, we also have our discretionary relief, which is on offer to residents. And you don't have to be in receipt of council tax scheme support to actually access discretionary support as well. And within that, we also have a specific recognition of the extra support that anyone who has a terminal illness will require. So, absolutely, we are investing, we are taking the maximum amount because that is required to support the services that our poorest people, the poorest households in this borough need to get by. And it's also important to notice, to understand that we have a 7% core spending increase. The increase in the cost of running this council is 9%. That's why we have to make £9 million worth of savings. So it's a cut? No, it's not. Well, it's an increase in terms that we've not received as much. It's not a cut. That's not. Thank you, Chair. No, it's important to say it's not a cut because we're getting more money than we have previously got. That's not a cut. What is not happening is that we're not getting the amount of funding that covers the cost. But that has been going on for over 14 years. 14 years, I mean, you know, our Conservative colleagues like to say that austerity is something that's happened. Yes, local government was sacrificed at the altar of austerity. Our funding was absolutely decimated. And through years where we had 11% of it's not a cut. Jed, sorry.
You should know.
Continue, Councillor Roderick. Don't put you off.
Right, I think I'll move on to the summing up. Given the real damage you have done to this council, Councillor Cooney, I don't think you should be laughing.
Excuse me, Councillor Cooney, will you stop interrupting, please? Councillor Roderick, will you continue with your response, please, and not responding to people barracking you?
I will make a general point that when this administration took over 18 months ago, that we had a forecast overspend of £22 million.
Absolutely.
One of the first audit reports I read showed that environments, which is transfers between accounts, were being used disproportionately, and they were obfuscating the way that our budget was being run.
Councillor Cooney.
Well, yes. £22 million projected overspend when we took over. That was brought down through the work of my predecessor to £16.9 million as an overspend. This year, when we still had to go through a budget setting process that had been initiated by our previous administration, we managed, through hard work and graft of our officers, to achieve a £9.2 million overspend, which will be covered at a sustainable level from our reserves. Councillor Cooney, you ruined this council. You destroyed the swimming pool, You decided to take down the swimming pool with no plan for replacing it. You decided to knock down Ashton Hall. You decided... Yes, you.
Councillor.
You were asleep.
Councillor, can you all please calm down? It's getting late. Will you stop barracking and allow him to finish? He's had to sit there and listen to you all, and he's now trying to respond to you. If you don't want to hear your responses, we'll go straight to the vote. Will you please continue?
Okay. Great. So again, to repeat, this is not my opinion. This is not a political opinion, that this is a fair, reasonable, balanced budget. This is the professional opinion of our Section 151 officer. And let's be very clear about what this vote is on. The only financial package that has been put forward, there is no amendment, there is no alternative budget. This is the only financial package put forward to run this council, is this budget. This is the only way that we will pay for all of the activities that this council carries out. We're not voting on the level of council tax. This could only have been dealt with through an alternative budget or through an amendment. This has not been done. No, this is a vote on whether people like Dean get support from their reablement team. This is a vote on whether we fund our family hubs to support our families. This is a vote on whether we provide SEND provision. And this is a vote on whether we can protect vulnerable children and adults. This is a vote that also ensures that we can still get homeless people off the streets. This is a vote that also decides whether we can collect our bins, whether we can fill our potholes and keep our streets clean, because that is what this budget funds. So, with that, Chair, I will move to the vote.
Thank you. We'll now move to the name vote. I'll ask our monitoring officer to read the names.
Thank you, Chair. So I will ask each member of the council in alphabetical order whether your vote is for the budget, against the budget, or whether you are not voting. So I'd ask that you give that indication so that it's clear, if that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Affleck. For. Councillor Allam. For. Councillor Axford. For. Councillor Beardmore. For. Councillor Billington. Against. Councillor Bowerman. For. Councillor Boyle. For. Councillor Bray. For. Councillor Chadwick. Against. Councillor Choksey. For. Councillor Colborne. Against. Councillor Cooney. Councillor Costello. Against. Councillor Dickinson. Against. Councillor Drennan. For. Councillor Fairfowl. For. Councillor Ferguson. Abstain. Councillor Glover. For. Councillor Halligan. Against. Councillor Anne Holland. Abstain. Councillor Barry Holland. Abstain. Councillor Jack Homer. Councillor Stephen Homer. For. Councillor Hopwood. Against. Councillor Howarth. For. Councillor Jones. For. Councillor Kareem. For. Councillor Khan. Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor Khan? Against. Thank you. Councillor Kitchen. For. Councillor McLaren. For. Councillor Martin. For. Councillor Mills. For. Councillor Naylor. For. Councillor Newton. For. Councillor Patel. For. Councillor Pearce. Sorry, can I just ask that we could keep the noise down, please, so I know that I'm recording the accurate vote. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Quinn. Councillor Ritchie. Against. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Roderick. Councillor Naila Sharif. Councillor Taheen Sharif. Councillor Mike Smith. Councillor Teresa Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Tilbrook. Councillor Ward. Councillor Warrington. Councillor Wills.
Thank you. The motion for the budget's carried. I'm now going to move on to the next item, agenda item 8, which is the Council Tax Support Scheme. Can I ask Councillor Roderick to move it? Can I ask Councillor Wills to second that motion?
Yeah, second that, Chair.
Any questions or comments on the Council Tax Support Scheme? No? All in favour then? So, thank you. Agenda item 9 is the Revenues and Benefits, Debt Recovery and Discretionary Policies. Councillor Roderick to move. Councillor Wills to second. Any questions or comments on them? No? All in favour then, accepting them? Thank you. It's carried. Agenda item 10, which is a Housing Benefit Modified Scheme. Councillor Roderick to move. Councillor Wills to second. Any questions or comments on them? No, are all happy to approve them? Thank you. Agenda item 11 is the Local Development Scheme. Councillor McLaren to move. Councillor Wills to second. Thank you. Any questions or comments on the Local Development Scheme? No, you're all prepared to accept that? Thank you. We now move to agenda item 12, revised NJC pay structure for the 1st of April 2026. Councillor Roderick to move. Councillor Wills to second. Any questions or comments of anybody? You all happy to approve? Yep, thank you. Agenda item 13. I'm going to move the minutes of the Standards Committee held on the 19th of February. Can I ask Councillor Mike Smith to move them? Second up. Where are you, Mike? Thank you. Any questions or comments on them? Councillor Billington.
Thank you, Chair. So the Standards Committee notes in its report the attendance of councillors by committee. It's rather ironic then that the committee with the lowest attendance was the Standards Committee itself, with over half, well, just exactly half of councillors missing meetings. On terms of attendance, other councils in Greater Manchester have noticed, when you go on the councillor profile page, it will state the attendance record of that councillor. And if you go on the committee page on this council, it doesn't state whether a councillor attended or not. It just says required. It doesn't state anything in regards whether that councillor attended or not. So it is very vague. So I would like to see that there are changes made to that in future. Also as well, given the low attendance of the neighbourhood forums and that many meetings this year have been cancelled, is it really a good use of taxpayers' money? I've said in the past that meetings are useless as it's often presentations regurgitated from scrutiny or member development, and the low viewing figures on YouTube suggest that the public aren't interested in it either. So I would like to see that the changes are made, and also as well a record of when meetings are cancelled as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions or comments? No, I'll answer that. The Standards Committee are asking your permission that if a committee's attendance drops below 75%, that they can then look at the reasons for that and individuals' attendance. Every leader can, if they wish, have the attendance of their own groups. Attendance at committee meetings are for each individual councillor themselves. I am well aware that some councils publish them figures, and if that comes to the AGM of the council, that's something I'd be supporting, not only the attendance, but also the training as well, which they're required to do. So is everybody in favour then of accepting the recommendations? Yeah, thank you, it's carried. I'll now move on to, agenda item 14, the Standards Subcommittee hearing. The Standards Subcommittee met on the 2nd and 3rd of February to consider 3 complaints regarding the conduct of 5 elected members and 1 former elected member, which may have amounted to a breach of the Code of Conduct, namely Councillors Gwynn, Jones, Naylor, Newton, Warrington and former Councillor Reid. I must stress this is not a rerun of the hearing, and we are only here to consider whether you accept the Standards Subcommittee's recommendations. The minutes of the hearing are included with your agenda, together with the detailed decision notices. In all cases, the subcommittee recommend that the council censure the subject members, and this is what the council is being recommended to do. In addition, the subcommittee has recommended the removal of members from various bodies. In the case of those members who are part of a political group, this is a recommendation to the leader of the group, and in all these cases, the recommendations are enacted in the next item on the agenda. Appointments to various bodies for those members who are not a part of a political group, it is for the council as a whole to consider the removal of the members from the named bodies. I'm moving that the proposal to censure all subject members and the removal of the independent members from the named bodies be approved. Can I ask Councillor Africk to second that? Thank you. Any questions or comments? These must be on the recommendations only. Make that clear. Councillor Billington.
Okay. I've got to say, when I saw this come up, I am a bit of a schadenfreude, because Councillor Warrington has put in complaints about me, about my behaviour in the past, saying that she didn't like Brendan.
Councillor Billington, that is not on the matter that's in front of you.
Well, it is.
It is not.
So it's about Councillor Warrington complaining about the process.
It's nothing to do with about Councillor Warrington and the process. This is about the recommendations of the subcommittee. We're not re-hearing what the subcommittee heard on that day or over 2 days. And I made that clear at the start.
How convenient for you, Chair. I do have to say, though, Chair, that it is concerning that, you are on that standards committee and you're now deciding what councillors can and cannot say on this item. I believe that to be a conflict of interest. So I think you'd give a bit more leeway to opposition members on this.
No.
In terms... No. All right, okay. Well, hopefully that local democracy review comes in pretty soon, where I am told that they are looking at scrapping the chair of council business and replacing it with mayor.
Thank God for that.
I look forward to that.
I'd rather sit there and give it back to you, Councillor.
So I just want to go on to the recommendations.
You're doing me a big favour.
So on the recommendations, it does state, the panel recommends to the leader of the Labour group that Councillor Warrington be removed from the membership of the Standards Committee, the Children's Services Scrutiny Panel and the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Panel.
Yes.
and that she not be reappointed to those positions at the May 2026 annual meeting of Council. Now, I attended that meeting, as you full well know, and I and others, and as it was reported in the press, that was for all panels. It was not to be actual selective over individual committees. The impression that you gave when you was at that hearing, Councillor Kitchen, when you was reading out that verdict, was that it would be for all committees. And so you're shaking your head, that's not the case, is it? Well, that was what was reported by the press.
If you read the decision notices, which you obviously haven't, it'll be detailed on there.
I have read them. However, that's not the impression that members of the public and councillors who are attending that received. So in other words, basically, the punishment is we're going to reshuffle the deck chairs within the Labour Party. Nothing happens because, let's face it, a lot of these councillors don't attend meetings anyway. We just talked about attendance. A lot of these councillors only turn up to get the 6-month marking. So, really, what's the punishment there? Pardon?
Thank you, I'm not interrupted. I made it absolutely clear, Councillor Billington, at the meeting that it is up to the government to strengthen the powers of standard subcommittees so that they can consider, and I know they're discussing it at the moment, they could consider suspending councillors, removing councillors altogether, and reducing their numeration if they've been removed from committees. I also know, under the same act that they're looking at, they're also looking at MPs and councillors who jump ship and go to another party to make them stand before the public for re-election as well, contained in it. So, what's your point on these recommendations? Are you not accepting them? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I just think that the result from the Labour Party is quite weak from this. That's my comment on this. That it is just reshuffling the deck chairs.
This is the result of the Standards Subcommittee, not the Labour group. You had your leader.
It says different in this pack otherwise, because a number of them have been reappointed to different committees, but I have a different interpretation to you. I must be wrong, the press must be wrong, and so would other councillors as well, but there we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rickey, is it on the recommendations?
I wanted to seek a couple of clarifications, if I can, before I vote on the recommendations. And the first clarification is, I was under the impression I turned up on the 2nd and the 3rd of February, as you did. And I was under the impression, after listening to yourself, Chair, which you did say at the end, that if you could have acted more appropriately, more meaner sanctions, you would have taken that action. But what my clarification is that all the guilty were taken off the committees and they had to have training within a 3-month period. So what I'm seeing tonight is that the guilty have been taken off the positions that they held and been put on other committees. So what I'm asking is, where's the punishment? That's my first clarification. And my second clarification is that when Councillor Warrington did a 2-hour futile speech, she mentioned Councillor Ward and she mentioned myself, Councillor Ritchie.
We're not,
Councillor
Rickey, we are not.
I was mentioned. Chair, I was mentioned.
Running.
I'm not asking you to rerun it, Chair. What I'm asking
That's what you're trying to do now.
No, I'm not, Chair.
I am not
if you let me finish.
No, I'm not. Let me finish. I'm asking you to sit down.
No, Chair, I'm not sitting down. You not let me finish.
In that case, if you're not sitting down, I'm going to adjourn the meeting until you do.
Yeah, you're not letting me finish what I want to say. I'm not trying to rerun the standing bench.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not, Chair.
Yes, you are.
You won't let me finish and then you can decide.
You're
Chair.
asking for clarification.
No, I'm not, Chair.
Yes, you are.
Councillor
What you said.
Waddington mentioned my name
Right.
in that standards bench, asking why I wasn't there. I wasn't there because I didn't wish people dead. I didn't wish pensioners died. I didn't wish cyclists crushed.
We're not asking you to make a statement at this meeting.
I didn't wish.
Because
I
you're not...
didn't wish people
you're not,
get killed.
I could say more, but I'm not doing. I'm asking you now to sit down.
So I won't be voting on the recommendations then?
That's entirely up to you. Are you going to sit down? And on your first clarification point, I was speaking on behalf of the subcommittee that I said quite clearly if these other powers were available to us, we would have considered them on an individual basis. That is what I said.
I understand that, Chair.
Thank you.
What I'm asking, Chair,
Thank you.
Councillor
I'm now
Waddington
moving on
mentioned
to
me,
the
and you
next
won't let me answer
speaker.
what she asked.
I'm asking Councillor Cooney, is it on the recommendations or not?
Of course it is, Chair. Wouldn't speak on anything else. I think the recommendations, as you said, Chair, were not strong enough. And it's not your fault, Chair. When we have people wishing people were dead, you've got grown men referring to 12-year-old boys, can they change them, and all sorts of things, which are here in the WhatsApps. Disgusting.
Councillor Cooney,
Right,
you're
what I
supposed
would
to be
say is,
speaking
and
on
it's on
these
the recommendation,
recommendations,
Chair.
not
Chair,
making
it's
a
on the
speech.
Sorry, Chair, it's on the recommendation.
No.
I'm just highlighting the reason why, Chair, that these recommendations, and you're right, are not strong enough. When you look at when you listen, I'm not going to go into them. When you sat there for 2 days and saw that, I only saw 2 of them. You didn't see all them. But I do think that we, here tonight, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, that we move a motion to the government that they actually act now and they incorporate the 6, the Tameside 6, the Denton 6, wishing people were dead,
Councillor
young
Cooney,
boys should be
you're now
changed.
moving along now.
So I do think that I would ask that we
off
move that, Chair. That we
You're moving off it. Thank you.
We write to the
Thank you.
government.
Can sit down, please. You can always write to the government, and hopefully they'll enact what I said, including about
It was on
councils
the
changing
recommendation,
parties as well. Right. Councillor Dickinson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As a member of the Standards Subcommittee hearing, I want to make very clear that all the members of the panel were absolutely disgusted with what we heard about what was said and what wasn't said. We all, when we debated it, said we wished there were stronger sanctions that we could use. There isn't. They were taken away, and at one time you could suspend councillors. You can't now. So we imposed the strongest penalties left to us. I just want to make that clear. Nobody thought it, we just thought it was dreadful. Thank you.
Right, okay. I am now going to move the vote. You've heard the recommendations. All those in favour of agreeing to those sanctions, please show. Any against? No, that is carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 15 then is appointments to council bodies. We have had a new constituted group, so therefore we've had to redo it all again. It's in front of you. I have no intentions of reading everything out. I'm going to ask Councillor Wills to move the recommendations. Are they seconded? Everybody happy to accept those, please? Thank you. Sorry. Yes, you can.
Thanks, Chair. Obviously, it's been brought to my attention tonight since we've got here, and we're speaking about openness and transparency with regards to Godley Green. The Speakers Panel planning is now missing Councillor Ritchie. He was the chair at one point, and he was on the panel. I'm just wondering why he's now been removed from the speakers panel and replaced with someone who you've just mentioned in item 13 and 14. Article 1 and Article 8 of the Constitution goes on about openness and transparency and the speakers panel, so I just wanted to ask who made the judgment to remove him. Thank you. Pardon?
It wasn't our decision to remove anybody from that panel. As you know, you're only entitled to so many seats. Each political group and each independent, they have chosen who they want to put on it. And it's been moved and seconded. All those who are in favour accepting it. Thank you. And now move on to the next item, which is 16, Democratic Process Working Group. I shall move that. Is it seconded? Any questions or comments on them? All those in favour? Thank you. Agenda item 17 is changes to the Constitution. Councillor Wills, move. And seconded. Any questions or comments? Councillor Billington.
Yes, this changes to the Constitution. So, the reason why we've got a long meeting tonight doesn't bother me. But the reason why we've got the long meeting tonight is because we've also got two motions on the end of it. Now, I believe that myself, Councillor Chadwick and Councillor Khan submitted those in time. And now the council is saying what a working day constitutes by adding the word clear in front of it. By adding the word clear in front of working day doesn't make a difference at all. So just for clarity, if you ask Google what is a 3 working days before a Tuesday, it will tell you it's Thursday. And if you say 5 working days, it's the Tuesday prior. I could understand if meetings were held during the day, but they're not. We hold them in the evenings when it's close of business for the council. So I really don't understand why it's taken the council to do this, to try not to admit defeat, because I believe that we were in time, and by adding the word clear in front of it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. We know what a working day constitutes. It's a shame that this council doesn't.
Thank you.
Motions this evening, which we're happy to hear. But yes, it was apparent that there was some confusion around what a clear day was, which we've represented as part of the constitution changes to make it explicit for Councillor Billington and for anybody else. Because although I'm sure all of us feel like Google's our friend, sometimes the constitution needs to be clearer to make it clear for you rather than Google, Councillor Billington. But that's the reason why. There's also constitutional changes around training requirements for people on speakers panels and things like that. But yeah, it was for clarity purposes, so that it was helpful from this point forward to stop any ambiguity. But there still seems to be some, so I'm not really sure how many constitution explicit paragraphs we can put in to help you.
Thank you. All in favour of those changes to the Constitution? Thank you. That's carried. Agenda item 18, that is the mayoralty. Could I ask for nominations for the mayor for 2026-27? Yeah.
Councillor Helen Bowden be nominated as Civic Mayor for 26-27 municipal year at the annual council meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Everybody in favour of that? It shall. Thank you. Going on to the next one then, can I ask for nominations for the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask to move that Councillor Jacqueline Owen be nominated for election as Deputy Mayor for the 26-27 municipal year at the annual meeting. Thank you.
That's seconded. Is there any further nominations? Is there any further nominations? In a second you can. Is there any further nominations? No. Councillor Billington.
Thank you. Now, when Councillor Cooney became leader of this council, he made a change to the mayoralty that it was based on the length of service. And what we're seeing at the moment from this council is they're just picking and choosing as and when and who gets to be mayor. Now, my understanding was that the constitution was updated, so it was based on the length of service. Now, Councillor Rowing was, and I have nothing against Councillor Rowing, or any other councillor in this case, was elected in 2019. And that is not based on length of service. Now, I did suggest in the past that it should be based on points by political parties. I understand why Councillor Wills is having to chop and change the length of service requirements, because we don't know if any of these Labour councillors are going to be here from one year to the next. So, but we do have rules in place for these things. It was agreed previously at council. Is that now changed? Because myself and Councillor Chadwick, we was elected in 2018. We was just wondering when it's our turn. So, thank you. I just wondered if the Chair could provide some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you. It is based on length of service. And I know Councillor Cooney did change the way it would work. Part of the problem we've got with the Constitution and the way it's written is it also says that you can't be nominated for a position of Mayor or Deputy Mayor if you're up for election. Also, if you're up for Deputy Mayor, the current Mayor is up for election towards the end of the term of office, not at the beginning. You also then got to look at the ones that have already been Mayor, so you've already taken out of the equation at least 2/3 of the council. I am aware that other people have asked if they could stand. So some of those ones that have approached me and I've spoken to have not got more than 7 years service on the council. So that's the position we're in. But it's been moved and seconded the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried. Now moving on to agenda item 19, which is the calendar of meetings. This is a 2-year calendar. Pause one. Yep. Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Chair. If I can ask that the draft calendar of meeting for 26-27, 27-28 has been circulated. Members are asked to inform Democratic Services of any changes you think are required prior to the approval of the calendar at the annual council meeting in May. So I would ask everyone to have a good look over it and then get in touch with Democratic Services if they can see any difficulties with those dates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Everybody in favour of accepting those calendars? Thank you. Now move on to 20, which is for noting that the annual meeting of the council, both civic and business, will commence 5 p.m. Tuesday, the 26th of May. I'll now go on to item 21, notice of motion. The first one is from Councillor Chadwick.
Well, I'm going to be an amendment then, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Could you just stop giving those out for a minute, please? Thank you.
Tonight, this council has the opportunity to show that safeguarding children is not something we delay dilute or hide behind procedure. Safeguarding children should be a moral duty. In December, this motion was blocked from being heard because of confusion over what 5 working days means in the Constitution. Thankfully, that's now been amended somewhat. However, in reality, that delay should never have happened. Paperwork should never come before protecting children. The Casey review exposed catastrophic failures and, in some cases, complicity in how local authorities responded to organised child sexual abuse and grooming. Independent inquiry into child sexual abuse called for a statutory duty to report suspicions of abuse. And Sunderland City Council has already adopted mandatory reporting for councillors, staff and contractors. Tameside should not be waiting for Westminster to force us to act. We should lead. And we must also be honest about how abuse actually happens. Child sexual abuse does not usually begin with one single incident. It begins with grooming, patterns of behaviour, warning signs, and concerns that are too often noticed, rationalised, minimised, and worse, ignored. That is exactly why a clear duty to report knowledge, suspicion, or rumour is essential. Because safeguarding is not about waiting for proof. It is about acting on concerns before harm escalates. This motion creates a clear, enforceable duty to report any knowledge, suspicion or rumour of child sexual abuse, including the grooming behaviours, and early warning signs that so often precede it. No uncertainty, no excuses, no looking the other way. This motion strengthens our code of conduct, strengthens our safeguarding policy, and makes reporting mandatory for councillors, staff and contractors. And it defines failure to report as a serious breach of conduct. This is the bare minimum that residents expect from us. This is not a political motion, it is a safeguarding motion. It is not about point scoring, it's about protecting children. It is not about party loyalty, it's about moral responsibility. Tonight, Tameside has a clear choice. I welcome genuine support for strengthening safeguarding, but support must mean action, not dilution. We either introduce a mandatory duty to report safeguarding concerns now, or we choose delay. Any amendment, referral or attempt to water this down achieves only one thing. It postpones protection of children, and thankfully there was no amendment on the table when I arrived in. Tameside has a chance tonight to show residents that protecting children comes before paperwork, before procedure and before politics. As corporate parents, I urge every member of this council to support this motion exactly as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
I'd like to second that, Chair, and I reserve my rights.
Councillor Teresa Smith.
Thank you, Chair. We also welcome this motion, and I'm sure that I can speak for all members in this chamber tonight when I say that keeping our children and young people safe from harm is always our highest priority. With this in mind, I am asking for a slight amendment, and these are just changes of wording to include the use of public platforms. And I think they're in your handout that are now being given out.
Okay. Please read your amendments.
So our amendments are in the lighter grey colour. So I'd like to thank Councillors Chadwick, Billington and Colburn for bringing this motion to Council today. Every member of society should feel that they have a responsibility to care for children and young people. As councillors and public figures, we should be setting the example and show that we are not afraid to raise any suspicions through the correct channels, regardless of how small they may seem. And more importantly, there should be consequences if we choose to overlook any concerns or use them for political gain. We know that children and young people do not always realise that they are being abused, and they need us to be their voice. If we, our staff, or any of our contractors do not face up to their responsibilities, then there should indeed be serious consequences for lack of action. This amendment refers to the use of public platforms. Sadly, we all too often see videos, photos and comments on social media that share details which are uploaded purely and simply for a reaction, often forgetting that these posts share information about vulnerable young people. These are victims of despicable crimes. They may be survivors, and these posts could trigger them. These posts could be putting young people at risk of harm or further harm. There is never a reason to share information in this way. Safeguarding was included in the recent members' training session where we looked at children's services. For those who attended, it was made clear what elected members should do and who to contact if you have any concerns about a child or young person. If you are unsure, then please ask, because together, everybody in this chamber can make a difference. It's important to remember when thinking about CSE that it can be perpetrated by individuals or groups, males or females, and children or adults. Abuse can be a one-off occurrence or a series of incidents over time and can range from opportunistic to complex safeguarding issues. The case review into grooming gangs identified failures and the desire to get the truth and hold people to account. Andy Burnham has pledged that he will work with anyone to ensure truth, a degree of justice and accountability. The HMI Inspectorate of the Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Service published the final instalment of the Mayor's Independent Review in July 25, and it's included a supporting review from Ofsted. The reports assessed improvements by GMP, GM councils and multi-agency response to CSE. The report found significant improvements have been made by GMP and the wider system in investigations into CSE in recent years, and highlighted several areas in which the region is leading the way in tackling the crime, but this doesn't mean there isn't still more to do. Our police force and agencies often rely on us to share information and concerns, regardless of how small or insignificant. It's far better to share something that turns out to be explainable than to risk a child or young person being put in harm's way or at risk of exploitation. This council will never judge anyone for doing the right thing. These proposed amendments are not a criticism, and I really do not want you to think that. It's just the desire to ensure that this motion is as tight as it possibly can be. Because by working together, we can reassure our residents that keeping our children and young people safe from harm is always our priority, and we shall set the standards and be accountable for our actions. Thank you.
Seconded.
Members, officers and contractors are sure of their responsibility to keep our children and young people safe from abuse, especially on social media platforms. We rarely see a young person without a mobile phone, and this increases their vulnerability to posts that may be a trigger to their mental health. A young person may be a victim or indeed a survivor, and a post that is insensitively shared could be a huge trigger for them. And this is the reason why social media platforms should never be used to score political points. As corporate parents, we have a responsibility to keep our children and young people as safe as possible. This amendment should be welcomed by all members, and that is why I am asking all members to support the amendments to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chadwick, are you willing to accept the amendment to your motion? Yeah. That then becomes a substantive motion. I'm now going to open it up for debate. Does anybody wish to speak on it? Councillor Billington.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we will accept that amendment. I would say, though, however, I do feel personally that this council has buried its head in its sand for far too long over child sexual exploitation. We had a member development session back in 2020, just prior to COVID, which stated that there was in excess of 30 cases of child sexual and criminal exploitation every single quarter. But we've had no update on the figures, and I believe that as a council we should be having these figures brought to us up to date, to be open, to be transparent, because we need to be doing our jobs as corporate parents. And yes, I did raise those figures in a debate on social media. And what happened then? Well, Councillor Warrington reported it to the police, my comments to the police. She's not in an agreement. And that is an abuse of police powers, that she's used her role as executive leader. She's not in an agreement. So she is admitting tonight that she wasted police time and resources going after me over a comment for exposing the figures of grooming in
Councillor Billington.
She's a disgrace.
Councillor Billington, this is about the victims, not you.
Yes.
Will you please stick to the motion in front of us? It is definitely not about you. Think of them victims.
And that's what I am doing,
both
Chair.
past and present.
So, then in 2023, another Labour councillor, who I have respect for, Councillor Owen, asked the then Director of Children's Services if she was confident that children are safe in this borough. And that DCS responded simply with no. And what happened there? Well, the meeting was rerun because certain people didn't like the answer that was given. And that is shameful. That is shameful. But I do praise Councillor Owen for persisting on that matter. And last year, a resident in Hyde raised the question over grooming gangs at a cabinet in the community meeting. Councillor Wills responded saying that she wasn't aware of grooming going on in Tameside, but if that's what this resident told me.
Can we try and stick to the motion, please, and remember who it's about?
It to her. It was a public meeting. You made those comments publicly, so there'll be people there to verify that, I'm sure. Okay then. So I'll just wrap up with, if this topic makes you feel uncomfortable, then it should. And those who shy away from it shouldn't be in public office. These crimes are abhorrent and deserve the full force of the law. And as a council, we have no control over the law, but we can do something to prevent it. So I will be supporting, although I seconded Councillor Chadwick's motion, I will be supporting and voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hopwood.
Thank you, Chair. Just having looked at this now, I'm just a little bit concerned that because it kind of puts more legality onto the reporting side of it, that it might frighten some people out of getting involved further than it already is. With regard to finding out and getting internally through the council details on CSE cases, I've actually raised that question here previously and was kind of blanked on it and didn't get any information. In fact, I was told to walk a mile in the victim's shoes and didn't receive a response other than that. I think it is important that we ask these questions, and I think if we're not prepared to do the heavy lifting, we're not going to get to the bottom of it. So I will support it, but I just feel like too many people are afraid to ask the questions, and I think we need to dust the cobwebs off that so that we can all talk about it freely. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Before you do, I know it's now your motion because it's saying I'm going to ask Councillor Chadwick if he wants to make any further comment before I ask you to sum up, and then we'll move to the vote.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councillor Smith and Councillor Affleck for putting the amendment in, which we support. It's all about the victims, as Councillor Kitchen said. Yeah, there are victims out there, and yeah, they're just waiting for justice, and hopefully at some point justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. Councillor Smith, do you want to sum up before we move to the vote?
Thank you, Councillor Chadwick. I think this is a really good example of how we can work together. It doesn't matter what colour you pin to the mast. It's about remembering what's important, and the fact that to bring an amendment isn't a challenge. It's a way of working together to make sure that we can keep things as tight as we possibly can. So thank you very much for that. It's been raised about numbers of child exploitation. I was asked this question at the last full council meeting, and if you remember, I did give exact figures. They were low compared to many other authorities, but even one is too high, which I'm sure we will all agree. Figures change continually, and sometimes there are limits on what information that we can be given, and that becomes an issue then when people are asking for absolute numbers. Councillor Billington, I'm not a big fan of social media. You know, I very, very rarely post. But I am sometimes made aware of some things that people have said, and then I see that as my responsibility to take this and report it, as I'm sure we all do in this chamber. And I'm also very sensitive about anything I put on. And if you do follow anything I put on, I never ever discuss children's services, because I really don't think it's appropriate to use our children as a political bargaining tool. Going back to the accusation to the leader, I wonder if the person you're talking about is somebody who spoke to me. I had somebody in the cabinet community who came to me in rather an aggressive manner, asking if I could tell them about child exploration. I had to sort of question that person. Sorry, what are you talking about? He was very sort of aggressive, saying, you know what I'm talking about, child exploration, where I had to correct him and said, I think actually you might be talking about child exploitation. And the reason that particular person didn't get the answers they were asking is because of the questions. They were asking questions about a young girl who tragically lost her life. He wanted to know about costs to us as a council, which I'm sorry I find totally inappropriate. And those questions weren't answered because there is still an ongoing police investigation. My knowledge is what I need to know as a cabinet member for children and families. There is some information I am not privy to, nor should I be. So that particular person wasn't happy that I would not share that information with them. And we also have to remember, with all cases, especially those where a tragedy happens, we have to respect the family of that young person and also the memory of that young person who lost their life. So it's very easy afterwards to throw away accusations at any of us in this room, but we need to remember, as Councillor Chadwick has said, we have a responsibility. If you're concerned about anybody who's in immediate danger, phone 999, come through Children's Services. If you're not sure, ask anybody. Because I agree total 100% with Councillor Chadwick. We should be about keeping children safe in our borough. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a very emotive subject. I was brought up in care myself, so I know what it's like not to be believed. And I'm hoping that the police relook at some of these cases and make sure that those victims, who I believe, and I know most of us do believe, and I can't name them, get the justice they deserve, because they do deserve it. Now, all those in favour, please show. Anyone against? No, that is carried. Thank you. I'm now going on to the second motion. Councillor Khan to move. Councillor Khan, could you just make sure your mic's on, please?
Sorry, I thought it was on. It's on. Thank you, Chair. This is the Ashton Bass motion. I'm not going to read the full motion today. I just want to share the main points and why this matters to me and to Ashton residents. Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Billington for his support and Councillor Hopwood for supporting this motion for debate. Today, the Council talks a lot about living well, but how can Ashton live well when our Ashton Town Centre has no swimming pool or leisure offer facilities? This motion is about bringing back an affordable swimming and leisure offer in Ashton. By affordable, I mean it must be open to everyone, regardless of income, not just people who can afford private options or expensive travel. This is about fairness and helping people to live healthier, more active lives. Right now, Ashton Town Centre has no pool at all, even though there's lots of new development and regeneration. That is a missed opportunity because leisure facilities support health, well-being and community life. So today, I'm asking the Council to commit to, within this financial year, make a clear commitment today that Ashton Bass and Leisure will return, producing a business case for an affordable pool and leisure offer in Ashton, using a mixture of funding, including Pride in Place, capital funding, private investors and the new Town Investment Fund, which I was going to propose, which has not been accepted tonight, and using the old Ashton bus station site as a preferred option because it's well connected to public transport. I'm also asking for the support of our MP, Angela Rayner, to push for additional government funding and for support from councillors across the Chamber and council officers. And finally, I would like to thank every campaigner and resident who has supported this journey, because without you, we would not be here today. That is why I have brought this motion forward, and I hope members will support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
I'll second it.
I'm afraid you can't.
I'll second it, Chair.
You can't. You can't. You weren't one of the...
Okay, all right.
It's either Councillor Billington or Councillor Hopwood has to second the motion.
I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Chair. Am I allowed to speak on this part?
Yeah.
No? Just a bit odd going on with the opposition microphones here. Am I allowed to speak on seconding the motion?
On that motion, if you wish, or you can reserve your right to speak later. Entirely up to you.
I'll reserve my right to speak for now.
Thank you. Any others? Councillor McLaren.
This is, honestly, I thought satire had died, but it's alive and well.
This is, sorry?
They should have a copy.
Yeah, you should have a copy of the amendment, clearly. Haven't you got one? I think it is in there somewhere. Yeah. Sorry for the procedural stuff. Not great at the procedure. Fine. I mean, a bit like Councillor Khan, I'm not going to go through it. You can read it for yourselves. But satire has not died tonight. It's, I mean, when I saw this coming ahead, I thought to myself, the deputy leader and the leader of the new group haven't had a conversation, because when you read some of the detail when you read some of the detail, and I'll just read one. The demolition of Ashton Baths cost nearly £1 million of public money, with no replacement affordable leisure facility delivered or planned at the time. I mean, and Councillor Cooney was going to second it. I mean, have I entered a parallel universe here? I think I must have done. I think I absolutely must have done. You know, in terms of, he's got his deputy leader saying it's shocking it was pulled down, and it was shocking it was pulled down, and there was no plan to put it in. But I agree with him, bizarrely enough. I agree with point 6. I, absolutely agree with it. And it speaks to another point. Councillor Khan delivers in a beautiful, beautiful, just softly spoken, lovely way. He does. It's fantastic. But he's got form. He's got form here. And what his form is, I raised it 2 or 3 council meetings ago, and I got monstered on his Facebook page, monstered, when I said, you know what, the mask is slipping. And it's absolutely unbelievable. It's unbelievable. There was 3 meetings. There was 3 meetings last year where all Ashton councillors were briefed. That's the 6th of May, the 29th of September, and the 18th of November. Now, I want you to all think about the 29th of September, and this goes against every principle of my being. But check out Councillor Khan's Facebook page, the 29th of September. And what you'll see is you'll see him stood like that with a little poster with his mate. And then there's another independent councillor who's now decided not to stand. And they're stood there, Save Ashton Baths. What's unbelievable and inexplicable is that very day we sat down and we had a meeting, and I was explaining to him what we wanted to do with Ashton Town Centre Regen, part of Ashton Mayoral Development Zone. And part of it was a pool. And what he's done is he's gone out and he's thought, they're going to make an announcement. They're going to make an announcement. So do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start a half-baked campaign and pretend to the people of Ashton that this is something that I've always cared about. And you know what? He's got form on this. Because I've still got the scars on my back from the severe weather emergency protocol. When people were briefed in confidence, and then the next day, it's on his Facebook page. So what I'm saying to you is, do not believe this disingenuous nature. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. He's campaigning. And he even mentions his mate at the end of the motion. He's standing as a councillor. So that's the thing. And the satire in this is unbelievable. He's criticising the previous leader, but on no part of that motion, even though he's made the point, you shouldn't have, ripped it down without a plan to replace it, which I agree with. He never mentions the previous leader, never mentions him once. So I say to you, this is the singular failure of what went with the previous leadership. It's this. You look at the failure of children's services. You look at the failure of the residents of Ashton by closing the pool with not having a replacement. The failure of businesses and residents by raising car parking and hollowing out the town centres. Now, what I would say, deputy leader to deputy leader, my leader's got a plan. My leader's got a plan. And if you want to find out, oh, hang on, oh, hello. My leader's got a plan.
Can you all calm down? Councillor McLaren,
my leader,
Councillor Khan.
My leader's got a plan. My leader's got a plan.
Councillor.
My leader's got a plan.
Thank you. Could you all sit down? It's very important that we hear the motion and we also hear the amendment. It is no good shouting across. the chamber. It is no good shouting across the chamber like you're doing now to me. Okay? You've all signed a code of conduct. You've all agreed to where this council is run. And you've entrusted that on me. As soon as I try to go along with those procedures, if you don't like it, you're having a pop back at me. Listen, show respect, okay? I'm saying that to every member on here. Councillor McLaren, will you carry on?
Will that finish? Councillor Carr, if you really want to find out on item 6 why Ashton has no pool and there was no plan, ask the person sat next to you. My leader has a plan and a record of delivery, which we've sat here for 5 hours now nearly, and we've seen what she's delivered. She has a plan for the regeneration of all our towns, but we're talking about Ashton at the moment, and that's a plan. We've heard nothing from them. We heard nothing from them on the budget. We heard nothing from them, which is why I'm amending your motion today and aligning it to the capital programme and the strategic focus of this council under Councillor Will's tremendous leadership. Thank you.
So, motion seconded.
I seconded, Chair.
Are you speaking or reserving your right to speak? Can't hear you.
Speaking, please. Thank you, Chair. I too was astounded. Having seen the original motion, I thought tonight we may see and find ourselves with a new coalition of an independent Councillor Khan, the suspended Conservative Councillor Billington and Reforms Councillor Hopwood, especially given the earlier budget vote earlier on. But no, this council finds itself in an even more bizarre situation in that Councillor Khan has constituted an independent party, a so-called independent party, in which he is a deputy leader and his leader is Councillor Judd Cooney, the very same person under his leadership who closed the Ashton pool without providing any plans for another one. So Councillor Khan has joined forces with a failing leader, the same leader who failed our children's services, then failed to have a plan for the future of the residents of Ashton. Yet Councillor Khan is calling out this new leadership. We are trying. You knew full well about the facts. Councillor Andrew McLaren has gone through that. We are having to pick up the pieces. We are delivering, and for the first time, residents are feeling a difference in each of their towns, and more is to come. Moving forward, this leadership under Councillor Eleanor Wills has from the outset had an ambition, has had a passion, and the frankness to clearly state that Ashton will not go without a leisure facility. It will happen for the people of Ashton, and it will happen for the people of Tameside. This will take time, and we need to get it right. Those who know me know how passionate I am about equalities across our borough. We face huge health challenges and health inequalities, and this needs to change. We need to enable more people to be active, which is important to improving the health and well-being of people living in Tameside. We know that tens and thousands of our local residents are currently inactive, and many of our people face additional barriers and challenges. We experience high levels of poor health across the borough, from issues like high blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, and heart disease, through to cancer and mental health issues. These are the things that are happening. Being physically active and just moving can really help tackle these issues. In the current budget, which we heard earlier today and passed, is the best budget in years. We have protected these vital services that I've just outlined today and these checks in our communities. So an important part of work going forward will be a greater focus on how we support our communities to be active. This isn't just about leisure centres and pools, but the work needed in communities to enable better use of more outdoor space and support people to be active. Our every move matters approach will be central to this. We need to support our communities to move more. We have also carried out a physical activity needs assessment for the borough to identify the places and people in Tameside who struggle to be active. who need more support to be active. We know that more work is needed in our borough and in our neighbourhoods for our most deprived. Certain groups need to overcome these barriers to movement, particularly children and our people living with disabilities. So this is informing our future approach so that we can tailor our offer to support those who need that extra help and tackle the inequalities and barriers people face to be more active and healthy. Lastly, this leadership under Councillor Eleanor Wills is investing in undergoing a huge piece of work with Active Tameside. We want everyone to be active and leading healthy lives. We need an even better offer to our residents from Active Tameside, especially those who are not engaging or less likely to use a leisure facility. We need to do more outreach work and more community-based work from our leisure centres. So work is already underway and we cannot make that clearer. I therefore second this amended motion. Thank you.
Councillor Khan, do you wish to accept the amendment or not? No. Therefore, we're going to debate the amendment. Okay? Any questions or comments? Councillor Cooney on the amendment.
I really don't. I know, to be fair to the councillor who just spoke, that she's making her bid for leader in May. I know that. Everyone else is aware of that. So I'll just park that because I really didn't understand. I didn't understand any reference to the motion. I just, the comical side of Councillor McLaren, you know, a bit of sense of humour. And I like a bit of sense of humour, Andrew. I've seen the work that you do.
Or don't do.
But, yeah, I think you need to understand the irony of this is that the person sat beside you was at the same cabinet meeting that we made the decision. I'll make one thing clear. We never, ever moved to close Ashton Baths. What happened was, and you can read the executive minutes, they're there. The baths, the lease to the baths was handed back along with the Longdon-Dale. And that's what happened. It was a business decision by Active Tameside, and as Councillor Billington said earlier, with a large amount of money from us. Well, we didn't have that money. We didn't have that money, and they didn't have the money either to do it. So they made a business decision. Now, if you think that's wrong, well, then you need to speak to Active Tameside, because not a single person here. Now, another thing, actually, the same decision came to full council. I think you might have been present at the meeting. So here you're now going on, it was all Councillor Cooney, This was a business that had financial problems. It would have gone under. And we wouldn't have just lost one bath, we'd have lost a lot. We wouldn't have lost one legislative centre, we'd have lost a lot. So you make a decision now. Also, if you check them executive minutes, the decision actually to close Ashton Baths was made in 2016, before me. It's in the minutes. It's in the minutes, you can check them. Not me, I wasn't leader. And I couldn't even blame Brenda. Right, so she wasn't either Brenda as well. No, it wasn't Brenda, it wasn't you. But if you check that, if you'd have gone and done your history, rather than all having a discussion yesterday, oh, we'll get Councillor Cooney, he closed the baths. I didn't. Active Tameside decided that they couldn't afford it. And they handed it back. Active Tameside handed it back. Now, the person beside you was present. And most of the people in this room were present. Now, I accept that the Tories might have voted against it, but you and the rest of the Labour group have agreed with that. So don't sort of like say, oh, it's all Jed's fault. It's all Jed's fault, because I never closed a single bath. I didn't even appear on TV with it. Do you know why? Because it was a business decision that Active Tameside had to take and make. But do you know why it came about? Because what happened in 2016, we ploughed that much money into the Dental Wellness Centre, it caused Active a problem. That's the reality of it. I'm not blaming Dental Wellness Centre, it's a great centre, and it's Dental Wellness Centre should have been in Ashton.
Yeah.
That's where it should have been, but it isn't, and it's gone where it is, and it's a great facility. But the cost of that was astronomical, and I'm not blaming anyone for that. That's life, that. You get a builder in and he tells you 20 quid and it ends up at 60 or 100, whatever. That was life, but we helped that and funded that. We went through it. That's the problem that Active Tameside had. Now, if you want to check Active business plan, you can go and speak to them. There was no decision made by us, and it's on the executive minutes. The lease was surrendered. The lease was surrendered back to us, right? That's what happened. Now, do I support this? Speak to the motion. I will speak to the motion after. This is to the amendment. And I fully support Councillor Khan's motion, and I'll speak to it after when I do, but get your facts right, Councillor.
Get them right.
Councillor Anne Holland.
Thanks, Chair. Is the mic on or off?
It's on.
I think you will remember the fight that I had over Droylsden Baths many, many years ago when Roy Oldham was the leader of the council. And I fought for that, and I could not understand that the Ashton councillors at the time folded to allow that baths to shut, because I told them how to do it. I fought that because I found out how many children went swimming with the schools. Found out from all the schools that used it, from Droylsden and Ordenshaw. And there was a lot. And I also found out the private swimming lessons that we did there at Droylsden Baths. And out of all of them, there was, in term time, there was 800 children a week used Droylsden Baths. And we were fighting it on those grounds. Because to me, a swimming pool is more important than a football pitch or a tennis court. Kids need to learn to swim for their own safety. And it's so much more important that they do that. You've got a big bath, an old bath, that they're paying thousands and thousands in Ashton. A big building there. So White Elephant, it costing the council a lot of money. And the people who should have fought for those baths was the Ashton councillors at the time to keep them open. Because I fought it until the only way they were going to close our baths is if we got another one with Roy Oldham, with all the figures that I had and all the petitions that went on. And he realised that all those children won't be able to have swimming lessons, 800 a week, not having swimming lessons. And what they did do, and we made it, and Roy Oldham didn't have a lot of time for me, like you don't know. You used to be a nice lad. Joe, you did, and I admired you for it, but you've
Thank me for this job and I'll come nice again.
Yeah, no, you don't. No, you're not like you used to be, Joe. But I thought it for those at the time that the only way they could shut Droylsden Baths is if they built another one. And I did want it where the old baths was, but Roy didn't want that. He put it at Medlock Street, which was more out of the way and more difficult for the kids and the public to get to. But it's been a success. And we even got a 9-foot pool because we had divers there as well. And we made the decision as the old bath shut, the new one opened. And that's how we won it. And I told the Ashton councillors, you've got to fight at the time. They said, oh, they've got it all organised. The children can go to this one. And Copley as well, you know. Swimming pools are more important than any football pitches. And get rid of the White Elephant and you'll have enough money to build a bath instead of spending all that money on a market that's going to fail again.
There you go.
Councillor Billington on the amendments.
Yeah, this council is a barrel of laughs. I hope I get re-elected in May because I'm going to miss this. I just want to respond to the comments made by the Labour front bench. I am not suspended, by the way, I just want that confirming. Okay. But on your points of what you said to Councillor Khan, there's some factual errors in there. In the Councillor Khan did intend to bring this to the previous meeting. I'm sure that if it was done on time and maybe if they had a different group structure, Councillor Cooney would have seconded that motion. But the reason why I seconded it is because I believe in democracy. I believe that things should be debated in council. I don't think we should ignore things. There are things which I will disagree with on time to time, but I do think that there should be debated in this chamber. But I believe in this campaign that Councillor Khan has done because of the work that he's been doing with local residents on a cross-party basis with our candidate in Ashtonhurst, Rachel Taylor, who's doing an amazing job, by the way. But I think it is absolutely hypocritical of some of the comments that you make. So you say it's about Councillor Khan promoting Ahmed Mahmood. Let's have a look what you're doing. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did. I mentioned his name, but the inference was there. But that's what you're doing.
Your comments through the chair, please. We'll stop the interruptions.
But let's see what the Labour group are doing. Okay, so Councillor Khan is a democratically elected councillor to St Peter's. And I respect that. He's elected just like everybody else is. You have appointed someone who isn't elected to the regeneration board with Rata Razul. And Councillor Khan has more right to be there than any member of the public. He's then put on council communications and all sorts. So I think it's a bit hypocritical. You did say before the likes of Stalybridge, and you saw that how that worked when councillors worked together, but you deny other councillors in other towns that chance and that opportunity. So I think it is hypocritical of you to state that, Councillor McLaren, and I will not be supporting the amendment because it doesn't really say anything. It doesn't actually give any timescales or deliverables of what you'll be doing. So I will be speaking on the other motion. Thank you.
Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a couple of points to Councillor Billington, especially with regards to his comments around hypocrisy. I've stated before, and I'll keep reminding Chamber and the wider public, Councillor Billington, you're the person that said every active Tameside site should shut down, and we as a council should stop supporting the leisure offer here, that Pure Gym was enough for our residents. You talk about the great work that you do in Stalybridge, and you're advocating the work that's going on at Astley Cheetham Gallery at the minute, because obviously it's part of your campaign to hang on in there. And yet, another thing that you've discussed many, many times is how you think all libraries should shut down. So I'm wondering where the hypocrisy lies, Councillor Billington. Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
You're not accepting.
Thank you. Right, so I just got to confirm a few facts, Councillor.
Are you speaking on the amendment?
Yeah, but I'm still speaking about some of the stuff he said.
The amendment?
Yeah, because he spoke to them. You can speak to him on that. He raised it on the amendment.
Yeah, you raised it on the amendment.
Yeah, so you can go
I want to speak.
Joe's saying go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Right, so, you were right. I was at these meetings. But I also asked a senior council officer around what are the plans. And none of you, none of the Ashton councillors, spoke about the Ashton baths. And the council officer basically said there's no immediate plans to bring back the baths. Am I right or wrong? That's what was said. And no, and then I asked you for your support. I came to you as a colleague to say we need to bring this back, to say that we need to bring the wellbeing agenda back to Ashton St Peter's ward, who I'm representing. But you decided to block me from the neighbourhood board. Is that right? Yes or no? And you put your little friend there. Is that right? Yes or no? And I, as a ward councillor, I have a right to speak for my constituents about the Ashton Baths, but you've blocked me a number of times.
I'm sure you can answer that.
Can I just also
Can
say,
I just say, you are clouding the issue.
No,
Lots of regeneration boards in towns. I've sat on them in Attersley and I've sat on them in Hyde that do not contain all the ward councillors because the money that's given to the regeneration partnerships quite clearly says they have to be community-led and not swamped by elected representatives.
I am community-based. I'm a community councillor.
You're elected independent councillor.
But anyway, moving forward, I didn't understand what Councillor Sharif said at all because it wasn't answering the question. I'm sorry, Councillor Sharif. You waffled a lot. And I also want to make it clear that there were no immediate plans. You put your friend on the Ashton Town Board. My job is to represent my constituents. We ran a campaign since last 6 months about speaking to residents in the town centre about Ashton Baths. And every resident has said they want it back. So today, I'm only saying, why are you not being clear about your plans, your intention, the funding, who's going to support this? I'm only asking you, as I said when I opened my speech, I need your support. I don't need a drama, I don't need comical. I just need for you to be very serious about a serious issue about the Living Well agenda, because Ashton St. Peter's ward is the most poorest ward of Tameside, and people are telling me, women, children, send children, grandparents, lonely people, pensioners saying they want to live well, but the Labour administration don't want them to live well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hotwood on the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. Just regarding this conversation that's been had over whether or what the motivation is or was for calling out the baths being closed. I'm sure you'll bear me out on this, but Councillor Khan and myself both raised concerns in the Health and Adult Welfare Services Scrutiny Panel about the lack of baths when we knew that that place was closing, and other leisure facilities, clubs and things along the like. And we were told that there would be something to come back, we'd get information on that. I don't recall getting that, and I don't know if you did either. So I think this motion is born of frustration from that situation in the first place. Having read through this, I can't make head and tail of it, to be honest, because it says a lot and says nothing. It's quite ambiguous. It's just like a load of word salad. It looks like Andy Burnham's written it. I'm just wondering if we are going to get another swimming baths or not. Basically, that's what I'd like to ask, please. If we could cut to the chase and find that out, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Peter Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I support the amendment, but I'm not quite sure how a member can move a resolution to cut council tax and then move another one to do a lot of spending.
Councillor Stephen Holmer.
Thanks, Chair. It's basically on Peter's point there. I mean, you want a baths, but you don't want to pay for it. Thankfully, because we've passed our budget this evening, we're probably a lot closer to getting one than we would be if we'd have rejected our budget this evening. So, that's my point.
Thank you. I've got no others here indicating to speak on the amendment. I'm now going to ask Councillor McLaren to sum up before I put the amendment to the vote.
It's quite simple. Councillor Khan and all the Ashton councillors were brief about our intention to bring leisure facilities, regeneration, retail, and accommodation and flats. And we will continue to update them and give them that. Everyone in this room knows my feelings on a pool. Everyone knows that it's our intention as part of our leisure facility to deliver a pool back to Ashton. It's our biggest town, and that's what we want to do. What we're not going to do, it's inexplicable, and for the record, Councillor Khan voted against this budget with the Conservatives. He voted against the budget. And the reason why he's made this amendment, and I agree completely with Councillor Homer's points there, what he's voted against is all the, for instance, he's accused you of the deterioration of health in our borough. The deterioration of health in our borough would be accelerated incredibly without passing this budget. And I take my hat off to my colleague for the work that she's done in her team, because I sit on the Health and Wellbeing Board, all the good work that they do to prevent illness and to get people more active and to be more beneficial for the health of everyone in the borough. So, yes, we want to deliver a pool, but it has to be done in a strategic and coordinated way. There's no point just rushing, buying a piece of land, throwing up a bat and saying, there you go, everyone's health is going to be better as a result of it. It's public money, and we need to make sure and there was talk tonight about Active Tameside. We're absolutely speaking to Active Tameside. It's out there, because we have to change the business model. Because the business model, Councillor Cooney's right in his kind of regard that Active Tameside was under tremendous pressure, which is why there was a knee-jerk reaction to shut the pool to save money. I understand the pressure. I've been in this job as deputy leader for 15, 16 months. I understand that pressure. But what you've got to have is you've got to have a plan. And a plan isn't standing outside after you've been tipped off in a meeting saying please open Ashton Bass. Of course we all want Ashton to have Bass. That's not at debate here. It's how we deliver it that's at debate here. And we deliver it, we deliver it by having a plan, and that plan is backed by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority as part of the Ashton Mayoral Development Zone, and it's delivered up with private investment as well as public investment and grants. People will not take you seriously if you just buy a piece of land and mortgage yourself and build a cheap leisure centre with a pool on it and stand outside and say, look what I've done. That's not what progress looks like. We have to have a plan. The deputy leader and leader of this new group don't have a plan. My leader does have a plan, and that's what this amendment talks to. So I'm asking you to please back this amendment.
Thank you. The amendment's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those against? The amendment carries. So the substantial motion now becomes the amendment. The original one has failed. So therefore, we're going to discuss yet again the substantive motion which you've already discussed. Does anybody wish to speak on it? Councillor Cooney.
I won't. I know it's late, Chair. But I just want to say to Councillor Khan, as an Ashton councillor, is putting a proposal through, and to be fair, he's done a thorough amount of work there and looking at that. Now, people can say, you shouldn't have did it, you should have did that, Ashton should have kept it, whatever. The reality is, it doesn't have a baths as of today, still doesn't. The amendment now, all it does is tell us, and it goes along and it goes along, and it's like what happened at Godley Green. You can have a health centre, but you might not, or you can have a... And this isn't saying anything. All Councillor Khan wants, and that's why he didn't support the budget, because you won't put any money in towards this. There's nothing, this isn't in the budget. This isn't in it. Now, he wasn't asking to people to increase, but put it in you actually identify it. Do you know what? You might say, we'll save the front of the Ashton Town Hall and put the baths at the back. And with a leisure facility, or are we going to build what we're doing at Ashton Town Hall and put a coffee bar in, or the alcohol place that they used to have in the other one and whatever? Do you know what I mean? So you can be innovative. Ashton Town Hall can be used if you look at it and say, well, what have we got to keep? Whatever, but look at it. But your motion didn't say we're going to work with you actively to get a baths. That's why he couldn't support it. Now, you want to go, well, Jed Cooney closed this and that. Look, believe it or not, I don't have the power to close anything individually. It has to come to this. Undemocratically, it has to come back to the full council to make that decision. And people sat beside you were party to all that decision and everyone here. But I'm not minded about that. I thought he's done a thorough work on this. He's identified, and all he's asking is the poorest ward in the whole of Tameside, deprivation worse than anywhere else. And and previous councillor there, Sharif, was right. You've got to tackle health inequalities. I actually ran 100k in January for prostate cancer out on the streets, and I did that and I got sponsorship. That's great. Do you know what I mean? And so you don't necessarily need a gym, but you do need in some cases support. But swimming is an exercise that gives you a full body workout. As someone who does triathlons on a regular basis, it's really good. But all Councillor Khan is wanting, and people want to ridicule him and everything else, he's the only councillor in here in Ashton tonight asking for his baths. I don't see anyone else. What I do see is, well, oh, bit of fun, bit of this, bit of that. Oh, listen, all he wants is a plan that says, right, council, as Ashton councillors, we're all coming together and we're going to deliver a baths. It might not be tomorrow, I accept that, and councillor can't accept that, but he wants you to have a positive plan from today going forward. Well, we'll look back and say, Councillor Cooney did this, or Tameside did that, whatever. Listen, forget it. He is here today. His motion's here. He's going to go back out to the people. Every single Ashton councillor will either make a decision or not. And if you don't make the right decision, the consequences of that will be felt in May.
Oh, well, let them know.
Councillor Hopwood.
I'll let the public know.
Thank you, Chair. It was just... having said that obviously you can't do these things without a plan, we know that. Why would the plan need to be retrospective? Would it not make sense to have the plan before the land was sold and the swimming baths that were already there were demolished? Because obviously if you knew you were going to do that, then if the new swimming bath was already lined up, then we wouldn't be having this conversation now. Thank you.
Councillor Billington.
Read yet? It is now. Okay, so it amazes me. You wouldn't think that this council has been Labour-run for 50 years. The arguing between you all over who did what when, that's what people aren't bothered about. But you have been on the council for, well, I know you're quite new, but Councillor Wills has been on longer than I have, and most of that she served on this cabinet or an assistant cabinet. So she is party to those decisions. She needs to face responsibility for it, just as many people around that table are on the top table. There's been really no movement or change in the last 10 years on the cabinet, apart from a few exceptions. So you do need to own up to that. What I will say is, in terms of the comments you made about what I said on Active Tameside, now, yes, I did say it's cheaper at Pure Gym. I did say it's cheaper at gym, etc., on Mottram Road for swim and gym. It is cheaper. And my point has always been about the accessibility of it, because if you make it more expensive, then people aren't going to use it. Now, we've got to bring those costs down for people. You shake your head, so you're happy with it being expensive, then that's fine. But the point is, right, this Conservative group, we have long advocated for bringing facilities management in-house and procurement. I have also been saying as well, we need to bring in Active Tameside, because there is no scrutiny of Active Tameside as they come in cap in hand asking us for millions of pounds. They still owe us millions of pounds. There have been decisions in the past where they have written off debt And that is serving nobody well, because the services that they run are just not up to standard compared to the private sector. So we do need to make sure that this is being run efficiently and there are deliverables on this. Because I will agree with Councillor McLaren what he said before. Active Tameside cannot run as it currently is being run. I agree. It is not fit for purpose. But that needs change. And I hope that the council will start that change now by bringing it in-house so that we can deliver better services for our residents and ensure we get value for money. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Hello, yeah. The thing I want to say really is just to touch on this Active Tameside. With regard to Active Tameside, as I remember when they did hand the lease back to the council, at the same time they were doing that, because I had meetings with the then leader, Jed Clooney, about with regard to what they did in Broadbottom, they handed back the Broadbottom Community Centre, where the bowling was run from. And we had to, at that point then, run round to try and keep it open. We successfully did that after we'd had a lot of meetings with council, and we'd also managed to bring in some private investment in order to sort the issue out. So I think Active Tameside have a record of really just running things in a reckless and not very profitable manner. And this reflects upon all of us as councillors. And moving forward, I would suggest that we look to a different type of system than going with them, because as far as I can see in the time I've been a councillor, they just are not fit for purpose. Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
Yeah, let's just end this conversation by summarising the baths. So Lorraine Whitehead ran a massive campaign to bring the baths back, or at least stopping the baths from shutting down, with 7,300 signatures. I am disappointed that Ashton councillors have not spoken here today. They didn't speak when it was closing down. They did a campaign to stop it from closing down.
Right, sure.
And it's quite disappointing, really. These councillors are supposed to be representing their wards. And, you know, at the end of the day, Ashton Baths used to be my childhood baths. I remember it. I used to swim there. And Councillor McLaren, you don't remember it because you never swam there. So the connection between Ashton Baths is for those people that remember it. They've got history there. They've got families that have been there, generations of families. So all I'm asking is, please work with us. We don't want to have a political football around the Ashton Baths. I don't want to be here next year talking about Ashton Baths. What's your plans? I just want a solution to the plans, because the residents are asking for it. Councillor Wills, you've always said, I will listen to all the residents in your cabinet meetings, but you're not listening now, are you? So all I'm asking is, moving forward, please tell us about the plans, and then all this conversation will end. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Roderick.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clear up something, that we have a capital programme. We have a proposal for how we fund that capital programme, which we passed in our budget, which Councillor Khan voted against, and which Councillor Billington voted against.
Yeah.
This is how we build the baths, and this is how we improve Active Tameside. And I would also like to finish on the point that Councillor Cooney's defence is that he was leader in name only, which I think is an appalling abrogation of responsibilities.
Well, I know what you said. It's getting late. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Will.
Chair, I just wanted a couple of points of clarification. We have brought a paper through full council with regards to a significant piece of work that we're doing with Active Tameside at the moment, and there will be further papers at upcoming council meetings with regards to the current operating model and what they deliver. I do refute some of the comments that have been made with regards to Active Tameside's delivery across Tameside, because they do reach some of our most vulnerable residents. Their offer is second to none. They've supported adult social care in their daycare offer. They've supported our not in education or training children, harder to reach. As I say, I refute some of the comments made about active Tameside, but we do need to look to the future, which is something that previous leaderships didn't do when they looked at the leisure offer. And we need to grip the nettle and be responsible in terms of ensuring that we have a leisure offer that's fit for the future. If I could just ask for a point of clarification with regards to Councillor Billington's comments about not being suspended from his group. Councillor Dickinson, can I ask for clarity there? Have we or have we not received official notification from yourself to say that Councillor Billington has been suspended by your group?
No, that's fine. Just hang on. I'm not. If you don't want to answer that, that is absolutely fine. You have your own procedures in your own group. But it was Councillor Billington that brought it up. Nobody else. Okay. There's nobody else indicated to speak. So therefore, can you summarise and we'll move to the vote again, please.
Deliver a leisure offer which will include a pool, which will include shops, which will include accommodation. That's been worked through. It's been worked through Cabinet and there'll be more papers coming forward. We've got a plan and we will deliver it, but in a strategic way, based on business cases and based on affordability. So I pass the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please show. Against? Motion carried. We now go on to the next item, item 22, urgent items. There is one. When are you getting rid of me? I'd rather sit down there instead of sitting up here. To be quite honest with you, it is not easy trying to implement the rules that all you have given me to implement during these council meetings. Anyway, there's no urgent items. Thank you for your attendance.